every Thursday. The scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday they're doing a think with that dark kitty as the fearless lead. If I true by her side, they plant the seed with Dorcas guiding through dungeons deep, and Grey Coupe spreads it on steep. Nemo's crush ghosts like magic in the air. The breast hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as they guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
Balls.
Live. That was the first thing that you said on Charles's channel. Are you happy with that?
I am very happy about that, actually.
Charles is gonna just end his whole thing now. Thanks.
End his whole career.
No, just end the stream on his channel. We had a chance. We had a chance, Bimo, and you blew it.
Hopefully those balls are worth it.
It's the AC/DC song.
Usually.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to a film-centric think. And I suppose we should hand this out. Do this little gem, courtesy of Charles, to introduce a film-centric think.
That is so loud. Why is it so loud?
It was very loud to wake you up, okay? We did not change the thinker's time. Thinker's time is still morning time for the Americans. So we just need to keep them all alive. Keep them going.
I just love that clip is like 3 seconds longer than I think it should be.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
I like that.
It's supposed to be...
It's awesome.
It's got that weird projector noise that just kind of runs on forever.
Yes, but that is the scuff. Sorry, that is the scuff that I enjoy on my channel. So, hey, sorry guys. Hey Jeremy, yes, Artoria. These are all Americans except for one who's also Eastern European, I suppose.
1 month.
You're almost UK-ish. Gonna get all polite and stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna be less
of transforming right now. Yes, UK-ish.
I've become a bit more, I don't know, quiet.
A little posh.
Well, so yes, we are back. Thank you for coming back after our hiatus last week. That was my fault, but whatever. We're back here for a film-centric think, and also live streaming on Charles's channel. He's showing us to his friends. Hi.
Oh my God.
Only if we're talking about movies.
Only if we're talking about movies, true.
And you guys bring up politics, we're shutting it down.
We are. So
everybody be on your best behavior, okay?
Yes. I'm very happy to
influence that. Wait a minute.
What?
The
yes.
Q.
Yes, you asked a question, so I was like, you know what? Make a decision.
Give the boys what they want.
No, it was more like, am I gonna make the decision? Don't be indecisive, because I had my arms out of the sweater.
That's why, I was like, did she have a different shirt on before? Is it? So hello, my audience. This is where we go every Thursday. This is what Gray talks about every week during show business. If you enjoy the discussions that Brian and I seem to be magnetic to, discussions and really heated, respectful discussions where it gets quite entertaining. This is the place to be, except here there's a wide range of things that are being discussed, and it gets heated, but everybody's here, everybody respects each other, so watch with awe.
I would really like for it to get as heated as it does with you and Brian.
Maybe not.
I really do, because those clips are great. I'm like, okay, let's keep that going.
The best part is they're meaningless conversations. They're meaningless.
But also just
Friday
his
the
13th. Oh, it doesn't mean anything. Oh God. Anyway, we'll go and
fucking crap, aren't you? All right, I made him Scottish.
What's Oh, look, apparently Wallace is going to ask you some political questions, but that's not what we're doing. We're here to talk about Strange Darling.
Is that it? Exclusively Strange Darling?
No, and
regular Darling.
Artsy film. So which would you like to do? What's an artsy film? Are we going to talk about that first, or would you like to go through the movie? Which apparently Gray and Charles have done already, which, you know.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be after this stream, but Charles's lovely audience has asked us a few times for a spoiler stream on Strange Darling.
I suppose.
So you guys can lead the conversation, right?
Yes, exactly, Bimo.
Sure.
Can we just watch the stream from yesterday and then I'll...
Yeah, let's just go back and watch the stream.
Shall we?
No.
Can we EFAP your stream?
Yeah, totally. We can diagram the stream.
Don't tempt me. Did anyone argue with you in the chat? Then I'll be there.
Oh.
To diagram.
No, but the
Not
comment
so much
section...
the chat. Yeah.
Right, might be lit up by now.
Ooh.
And hello, by the
A
way.
little bit.
Hi, yeah, sorry, Charles.
Yes.
Do your introduction thing to your...
Feminism doesn't exist. I'll see you in the comments.
Okay. Let's
No, I mean, that's for an audience of one.
I was hoping to make it past the first 10 minutes.
Very well.
Kitty, why did you delete your gaming streams? Oh, they are going to be put on a different channel. So there's that. So to make your life difficult, okay? And why would you want to watch that now? Anyway,
Some people are interested in it. Okay, maybe hard to believe, Kitty, but remember, people are entertained by different things.
Yeah, that's so strange. That's the I'll make that one public. There you go. I'll go and make it public because I haven't cut it up yet. Anyway,
so how did the definition or the statement of artsy films come to be, and why is Strange Darling considered an artsy film?
Okay.
Are you asking in general or for the group?
Sure. A bit of a thesis statement, I guess.
Okay, so first of all,
classified it that way in our chat, and
I think
maybe
I
I'm
did
wrong, but okay. Well, fair enough.
Was it you, Bimo, or was it me? Maybe we just both
I'm
did.
pretty sure I said that it was an artsy film.
Fess up.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't know. I was of the same opinion, and the reason that I considered it an artsy film is actually just because of how much the film nerds enjoyed it and loved it and wanted to watch it. So it made me intimidated from the beginning. And I was wondering, okay, I got to pay real attention to this and see what it means. There's going to be meaning here, in this. And yes, I was
as opposed to other movies where there's no meaning.
No meaning at all. No, so that's the reason that I took it, because it was basically just, the film nerd people like it. You better pay attention and figure out why they like it. And if you don't like it, what's wrong with your taste? Why didn't you like it? Did you not understand it? That sort of thing.
Welcome to the internet, first of all.
Yeah, you need a media.
Your opinion is wrong. That was a cat knocking a remote control down.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So that was the reason I said it. Bimo, what's arty about you? Other than you, you know what I mean.
The main reason I was calling it that was the colors were very specific to what the movie was. It felt like there was more to read into, but it wasn't quite what you're saying. Honestly, it just felt artsy to me. That's kind of how it was a vibe.
It's a feeling. It's a vibe. Yeah.
It felt like to me, it felt like an independent movie with a good budget. That's what I kind of meant.
It has Miramax backing it, but
it's cheap. It is cheap as far as production is concerned.
I think it was also that it has the one premise, and it's just going to run with the one premise through the whole thing. And it achieved what it did. And I think that's another reason as to why there was no subplots that were like getting in the way. It was just very straight to the point of, we're going to disjoint the chapters, but this is the story. and that's all it kept to.
We've got a criticism in the chat.
I would disagree.
Okay.
So you're seeing it as one premise. So what's the one premise that runs the whole time?
Oh boy.
We'll
The
get
one
to it,
premise
Rosales.
that runs the whole time.
Men commit.
Yeah,
all
that's what you
crime.
said.
Yeah, you're
So
right.
there's no subplots whatsoever.
So I guess getting into a little bit of spoiler territory, it's about
No,
a
we have
crazy
to do
lady.
spoilers. Like, sorry,
The premise
guys.
is a crazy lady that wants to kill
Wait,
people.
wait. Please go watch the movie. Watch it for yourself.
Yeah.
Definitely go watch the movie.
And come
It's
back.
worth watching at least once.
I'll put
Yes, even to
spoilers
say
in the
fuck this
hashtag.
movie. It's
I will
at least
say
worth that.
to anyone who has not thought about the movie and saying I'm not going to watch it, it is worth watching once because it is a very pretty movie, despite like the subject matter of making people uncomfortable.
Yeah,
It's a gorgeous film.
I'm sorry, Bimo, go ahead.
I would kind of disagree with that too. I think it's really
gorgeous
worth
movie?
watching more than once. I think once you understand what's going on, you can really take in a lot more of what it's doing. But I don't know. I had way more value on the second watch than the first. But I don't think so. A couple people have accused it of trying to make you feel uncomfortable. I don't know. I didn't get that feeling from it. But everything's
I
subjective.
was very uncomfortable watching it.
Okay. So wait. We haven't gotten to Artsy Films. We started on Artsy Films as the main point of why we consider this artsy. Bimo, you said it was the colors, right? And I mean, look, even I made a thumbnail with the colors.
Yeah.
Because it hits you over the head with the colors. That's what's great about it. Is for a normie, you're like, wow, that's real. I like that.
But
Rainbow, beauty,
I think that
reflection.
stuff like this is what I can't stand about EFAP is they always talk about script. Hello, Luis. They always talk about script, and they're covering a medium that is visual storytelling. For you to understand that these colors are there for a specific reason, you could put the movie on mute and understand visually what they are trying to tell you. This person's bad because the color red is present. This person's good because the color blue is present. Oh wait,
So you think
blue
they
is a false color.
over-focus on storytelling and they should take more into
Wait
account
a second.
cinematography?
Well, sure,
Wait,
because
hold on.
movies used to be just silent films. Just
Yeah, that's
some guy
true.
playing a
That's
piano
the
in the
origins
background.
of movies. Yeah, you used to have to do it.
Yeah, so a picture's worth
the-
1,000 words, and don't get
This-
caught up.
This
Sorry.
has gone beyond the pale for me because, like you said, blue is a false color. What do you mean? What do you mean?
It's shown during moments of a sense of security,
Yes,
and it's a misleading representation.
100%.
Every
yes.
exchange until the third act. Well, third act of the 6 chapters proper. I would
So
say.
as a film nerd, you will go. Do you navigate through when you watch a movie, especially for the first time? Do you go, oh, this feels second act, third act? Do you actually go through it that way, or do you not? Or do you just experience it like a normally the first time?
I probably do it more in the second act. Dorcas, have I ruined Sopranos for you?
No, I don't think so.
Because Dorcas is watching it for the first time, and I tend to get a little caught up in things that, like, I've already seen. I'm like, ooh, that's interesting. I didn't notice that.
Like, I imagine what you have in your mind is pointing out, like, the ropes for that one character, and you were like, oh, keep an eye on that. And I'm like, I love that stuff, because that's great and obviously intentional, but I'm not going to get it on a first watch through. So
yeah, see, I don't know if that's fair or not, though.
I mean, I'm sure there are others who might dislike that kind of thing. I love it.
I think it's preference,
possibly.
Joel. Definitely.
Yeah, and like it's not necessarily the thing that I'm going to clue into on my own. So I appreciate it personally.
Right on.
Out of curiosity, is anyone here familiar with the Death Note opening song?
Yes.
Yes.
Just on the topic of red and blue, the two main characters, one is covered
Now playing in my
in
head.
red and blue. At one point, made me think of that. When the time comes up, I would love to pontificate on what I think makes an artsy film. But please continue, Charles. I think I cut you off.
Oh, no. I was just... Kid asked me if I watch movies and kind of say this feels like first act, second act stuff.
What kind of...
I'll tell you what, in a first watch, if I've seen the trailer and there's something that hasn't happened yet, and I have an internal clock like, so that thing that I haven't seen yet either isn't in the movie or is third act shit. Thanks, trailer.
Okay. Yeah.
So internally in film school, what they taught you is, you're supposed to know what's happening in the movie within about 30 minutes, depending on how long the movie is. The first act should be over by about the 1/3 mark. And you could stop it and say, okay, what was the first act? What is the intro conflict resolution of the first act? Where are we going? And we're supposed to lead into the second act, which is all conflict. And the third act can be as short as 5 minutes or as long as a third.
As long as it's resolution?
Yeah. So at some point, you start internalizing, like, okay, are we there yet? Like, there's times if I'm not feeling a movie at about the 30-minute mark, do I know where this is going? Do I care where this is going? And I've bailed on a lot of movies because of I don't know where it's going. I don't care. I'm supposed to be grabbed by the conflict, and there are times where I'm just don't care. I'm not wasting another hour of this shit.
But you still look, because I'm fascinated by the experience of art, like a movie, when you've been trained in it, right? It's like you have heightened media literacy because you have this training in it, right?
Sort of. It could be a bit of a curse too.
But yeah, that's what I'm wondering. That's why I'm asking you. I mean, David as well. Everybody involved in film. Like when you're watching it, I suppose it requires your guys' standards are so much higher. So I would expect, or not standards, your senses are heightened. That's what I mean. Like you will know if something's not working before I would know. That's how I assume it. So I was just wanting to get more of an idea of how you experience films.
I don't know if that's accurate. There are times where, like, me knowing when something is wrong kind of hurts. Like there's this cinematography rule, the 180 rule, where if you're showing two people and you establish that they're being shot from one side, you cannot cross and film them from the other side without breaking the original setup of the shots. Somebody who doesn't know that cannot feel lost in a breaking of the rule because they don't know what that line is. And thankfully with TikTok and everything, like, at home filmmakers don't have the rules and things, and you're not looking for that, and it doesn't disjoint you. It's if you're educated in what you are and are not looking for, when something breaks a rule and it doesn't do it for some sort of artistic purpose, you're like, wait, this is wrong. This person doesn't.
Does it take you out of it? Because I was thinking a good movie for you would probably make you not even think about which act you're in because you're so into what's going on. You're like, no, that's what I'm asking. Because now you have Strange Darling.
Just ruined me.
And that's my standards with women. So
I never thought I would hear today, thankfully, or thanks to TikTok, as a positive sentence.
Oh no, it's not positive. Trust me. There's tons of things that I watch, and they're like, somebody will suggest this is a great movie. I'm like, no, it's not. It's not even a movie. And I feel pretentious and shitty. I'm sorry, kid. What
was the question? I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to phrase it like I'm thinking out loud, just trying to get to my question. So with Strange Darling, let's use this as an example. Did you feel the break in the acts and all of that, or was it you were just experiencing the movie? Because this is a movie that you made us all go and watch.
I didn't make anybody do shit.
You made us. We
just
were
highly
you actually
recommended it.
that is actually why we
He
didn't
injected
stream
us
last
with
week,
chemicals
guys.
and chained us in front of big screens
Yeah.
with eyelid force openers and said, "You're gonna watch this movie or else. I have a silence pistol over here. I'm gonna execute your family members one by one, and you're gonna pay attention."
Well,
You know,
it's funny,
Rosal, is
Charles.
that something I could diagram?
I mean, tough but fair.
Yeah.
So I didn't even know that this movie existed until you brought it up,
Same.
Charles.
And
And honestly, thank you
and that's
for
the
bringing it
problem.
up.
It was
Yeah,
great.
I didn't know that it existed at all. So when you and Gray said Strange Darling is an interesting film, but don't watch it with children around, I'm like, oh, interesting. And then I went and
I
watched.
will watch it.
Yes.
Well, shall we get into the movie itself, or shall we talk about?
Wait, did we define what artsy is?
Yeah, okay.
No, we did not define.
So for me, artsy is that it's actually it's visually doing things more than just narratively. That's what I feel an artsy movie is, because that's me from the normie perspective.
Okay.
Charles, what? Because now obviously our lines will all vary according to our experience. Okay, so for me, it's something like Strange Darling is artsy to me because it is so obvious that the colors mean something. That you don't have to be like highly media literate to notice there's something that you should be seeing, something you should be associating with. And an artsy film makes you like what else is an artsy film? Poor Things.
The Giver.
For me, that they are visually they do that sort of thing. So that's what it is to me. What do you think of my definition, and what is your definition?
I have a slightly different one, but mine might be a bit niche and might be solely for me.
Run them up.
So I agree with most of what you're saying, but there's a couple of examples that like BMO brought up where it's like Tarantino. I don't know if I'd consider that artsy, and it's because of this one criteria. So I think basically I have 5 criteria for when something's artsy. First, it has to have a commentary on the human experience. Almost everything does, but there needs to be like some element on that. Artistic visual expression, highly symbolic. That checks the box as well. Then philosophical in that it's using a critical and reflective approach. And then generally it's not a popcorn flick. It's not designed for mass appeal. And then the one that I think everybody else is probably going to disagree with is, for me, it has to be a heightened or augmented reality. Like Clerks ticks everything off the box on this one. But for me, that's not an artsy film. Like, the whole reason why they chose black and white is because Kevin Smith didn't want to pay for a lighting package, and they had fluorescent lights in that convenience store. So the one way that you can work with fluorescent lights and not have everyone look green is if you go black and white. So it's like,
that is a question.
But it's just a cost thing, and he didn't think about it visually. He literally just asked the DP, "Is there any way that we don't switch out the lights?"
Then
and the DP is like,
if
we go black and white."
He reverse engineered the artistic look. Like, ooh, I want it to feel like it's.
I think so, and that's why I'd say it's not an artsy film to me.
Yeah,
but I think others have considered it that way. Some people interpret it as you're watching the entire film through like the security camera in the store. That's a fun interpretation, but I think that's not what was intended, and that's not what I generally get out of it. But
I got a question actually.
Okay.
By that one part of your definition there, would you consider Logan an artsy film?
I wouldn't. I think it's using the art of film, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily artsy. And that's kind of the same thing with like Tarantino's. Like, I think he's borrowing from every amazing genre that's out there. Like, if you're going to go Death Proof, he has looked at every single car chase movie that is out there, and he is doing his version of it. And it's an homage to some of these amazing ones. It's done flawlessly, but to me, it's not an artsy film. It's like,
well, the reason I'm saying that is because the director came out and said that it was designed to work as a black and white film, and even has a black and white version that you can watch. So that's why I was wondering.
To me, and it might be the part that everyone disagrees with, but I think it has to have an element of like heightened or augmented reality for me to consider it artsy. Like, I just think something like Clerks or Kill Bill generally, or any Tarantino really generally doesn't come off as artsy to me, but man, they're taking full advantage of every aspect we have in this medium.
For sure.
I don't know. Maybe that's my distinction, but it's just like I would have a hard time saying like a whole bunch of these. What can I ask you guys? What would you consider like an artsy film?
Before we answer that, may I pontificate on what I think makes
commercial break?
Commercial break. It's never been a thing that I have created a hard definition for. But if someone were to say to me, "This is an artsy film," the sort of essence or nebulous quality of two things might come to mind: an avant-garde style, or like the essence of one of those modern day art galleries with a bunch of people in a room discussing a toilet with a banana on it, kind of a thing. Those essences, or there's a quality to those things that might come to my mind. So as it pertains toward film, I might wonder, I might be inclined to put on the film perhaps an emphasis on symbolism and poetry, with the intention of making the viewer think, depending on the specific contents of the film, something to really make you think. And then at some point it might be that's more or less what I wanted to say, but this might also be a great opportunity to discuss, what was it, Scorsese's comment on the Marvel films at some point. Just anyway, that was my monologue that I wanted to share. Back to Gray's question.
Interesting.
I like that. Strange Darling doesn't let you forget it as a film. That is true. Something about an artsy film is it's okay that it's a film.
Okay, let me throw a wrench in this as from the outsider perspective, as someone who is not that movie oriented and much more video game oriented instead. What do you think? How an artsy film, how closely is that perceived quality related to visuals as opposed to audio or storytelling, etc.? And how much and what specifically would need to be changed to make it less artsy or more artsy for films that you wouldn't consider normally so?
Adam Sandler.
Which of these qualities are the most important to this?
So you jokingly say Sandler, but what about Punch Drunk Love? I'd say that's artsy.
All right. A film that Adam Sandler is a producer of.
But what are the core components of artsy?
He's asking
I'm trying
you
to get to. Like,
stop playing around.
What does artsy come from? What is the core Lego components, an analogy, if you will, that is built out of? How much can I take away or put back on it for it to remain or become or stop being artsy?
I think in the last 40 to 50 years, film has transcended being another art form and become this entertainment thing that people go to movies not to be challenged the way people go to art to be challenged. They want to just like decommission their brain for an hour and a half, and they'll put on, you know, the SpongeBob movie or some shit. And
that's what birth superhero movies basically. The
sure.
mass-produced ones.
And I think that mentality, I'm going to turn my head off and just watch things explode for an hour and a half. We've gotten programmed to that, to where when someone, you know, Joe Sixpack watches a movie and it doesn't quite work for them, and they have to think, it feels artsy to them because they have to actually.
That's what I. Yeah.
Why are you attacking me like this?
He's attacking me.
Friendly fire.
But Beamer, sorry, Beamer.
Blue on blue, guys, stop.
I'm literally blue. I don't know if that helps.
Wallace is picking a fight.
Yeah.
SpongeBob movie.
I never saw it.
Cinema.
Yeah, I
saw it in cinema.
It's pretty stuff.
I'm a grown up. I don't like SpongeBob.
BMO's Joe Sixpack.
Yes, I'm apparently Joe Sixpack. You doxed me.
It's a really interesting thing because it seems there's a distinction between a film being a work of art and a film being artsy. So I think if I remember Scorsese's comment correctly, he was, I think, denigrating the Marvel films as not being art or something to that effect.
No, it was not cinema. So he was making a distinction between like
Cinema
a popcorn
is
movie.
Oh, that is a much stronger
Thank you.
claim, though, because cinema is so much broader, or what would be considered, at least in my opinion, saying as opposed to something is not art, something is not cinema, that would come, to me, if you're talking about a piece of film, that would be much harder hitting, I think.
But Marvel movies are more a product than something that is artistic, especially in the last 5 years. It is factory.
You have to
last
take
5
into
years,
account,
definitely.
the mass-produced plastic mentality.
Right.
That's currently
well, that's
ruling.
such a thing. It's such an interesting thing. As the quality drops, the less likely I am to consider it art. But I think I would fairly confidently say I think Infinity War was a work of art, or Civil War.
It was something.
Like,
You mean Captain America: Civil War?
yeah, that one.
A movie came out this year called Civil War.
One of them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that movie. I guess it's artsy.
Well, I see, but there's that distinction. I don't consider them art. I don't consider the Marvel films artsy films, but the height of the Marvel movies I would consider to be art.
Yeah, and it's ironic considering they're based on pages on on
actual art.
Comics is
well,
art.
I mean, like they're using film as an art. They're using every aspect of it, and they're definitely getting emotion out of people. But I think, I don't know, would any of us consider like any superhero movie artsy?
Iron Man 1 is pretty fantastic in terms of visuals.
How about
okay, I'm not saying are they good. I'm saying are they artsy? Like if you were to categorize a movie artsy or not.
Artsy.
Yeah, I think this will help us find our definition. Because
Rosales, show me on the doll where Strange Darling hurts you.
Hold on. Not necessarily a superhero.
In the 4-year-old in a
not in the colloquial sense a superhero film, but what was it? So what's his? Oh my gosh, why did it just leave me? An Edgar Wright film. Oh my gosh, versus the world.
Scott Pilgrim.
Scott Pilgrim. Would you? I think that I would call that an artsy film. Just in how it's shot, it feels very different from other movies that are of the similar genre.
For sure, Edgar Wright takes a lot of. He's got a lot of skill and he loves to do a bunch of different moves. But that one in particular, it adds a lot of visual elements. I would definitely say there's an artistic approach to that one. Yeah. But I don't know.
I guess there's an augmented reality there.
How about Watchmen?
It checks off all of my things for it.
Okay.
But I think if I was going to go to like high society, would I be like, yes, this is an artsy film that you guys should check out? I don't know.
Yes, you should.
I feel like it would classify on there, but I feel like it verges more towards popcorn than cinema, but I think that's a different distinction, I guess.
The better filmmakers, the Edgar Wright, the Quentin Tarantino, the Martin Scorsese, they can both tell you a good story that you feel like, oh, I'm just turning my brain off, but also they're also challenging you. They manage to do both. And that's the difference between a great filmmaker and someone who's just dumping whatever the studio is telling them to.
So how about Watchmen? Is that an artsy superhero
I would agree.
film?
I would agree with that.
Zack Snyder is very artsy. No. So I like the way that he did the 300 and Watchmen. I think both of those have some very artsy things added to them. It's not like a straightforward film, but I don't know. Would you guys consider those artsy as far as like superhero films go? It's not like the Marvel ones. He's definitely doing something more with the camera.
So.
Oh, he's on X. Damn it. Check your shoes, Rosales.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, he has watched the first 10 minutes or tried to. So he does seem like an expert on the subject, Charles.
Expert, you say, huh? He's watching on X, friends.
I'm diagramming.
Would this be considered an X video then?
Yay!
I want to say artsy, not artsy, okay? And what have we declared artsy?
Oh.
I'm actually starting to move towards agreeing with the Gray's definition of artsy.
Okay, that's the I'm listing Artsy Films. We can go to. I will list Gray. I would like to list Gray's criteria.
I think it's something that's well appreciated in certain circles, and when certain people watch it, they're like, "I don't get it. It's boring. I don't get it. What it?"
Yeah.
Is
Like
Zack
the
Snyder
Joker?
artsy or is he edgy?
Yes.
I think he's done artsy things. He changed the way that like a lot of green screen stuff was done. He really made kind of this style that people aped for quite a while. He did some really fun things visually, like especially in The Watchmen when they're doing like the Bob Dylan song at the beginning. I don't think you'd see that in like the average Marvel movie or something. So it seems to be more artsy than me. But if you're talking like Rebel Moon, I don't know. I'm struggling to see the art there. Like he seems to have a real love for those lenses and for slow-mo, but
Doesn't make
it would
an
be
artsy
tough calling
film.
any of that artsy.
I think Kita would like to represent Andrew Clark's position on what makes an artsy film. Just
Yeah, he
so that
listed
he's
when we
represented.
first spoke about it. Andrew Clark Foxrue, his criteria were the visuals and or allegory / meta commentary is the strongest part of the film. This it says. The film makes little to no sense when taken literally. So that's for him. Or using a conventional analytical lens. Then third, the primary appreciation / analytical lens is similar to a poem. One or more of the elements of these definitions is what I would mean by an artsy film.
One or more. So just anytime it has a visual allegory, and that's the strongest part.
If it's the strongest bit of it, yeah.
The one that I have contention with is the second one. Like it fits with certain films, like especially like any surreal one. But man, if you're calling this artsy, or if you're calling like any of them that we've called so far artsy, and then it has to make little or no sense when taken literally.
Yeah, is that film?
I think that's
like, films are stories. They're not literal.
Yeah.
So
but if you use a conventional analytical lens and it makes no sense, that's a real niche subcategory. Like even with a lot of them that use like allegories.
Like anime, like this doesn't make sense. This could never happen. Oh, okay.
That begs the question.
To clarify, though, I think he states.
Yeah, it has to have one or more of them. So it doesn't have to have all of them.
Yeah. So
for sure.
I certainly think if a film were to go with a completely illogical thing, you might be able to call it artsy, but you can also have an artsy film that does make logical sense as well.
I'm going to call it whatever I want.
Listen, artsy is far from a scientific term, guys.
Give me your lunch money, artsy film.
So I have a question. Have any of us seen Requiem for a Dream?
Yes.
Yes. Long ago.
Is that an artsy film?
Yes.
I would consider yes, because of the visuals, specifically like when they're getting high, just man, the actual like cooking of it, the eyes, the pupils dilating and everything. It's a technique that was really, again, stolen and aped a ton after that.
The editing is really
like
go ahead.
It takes no sense when taken makes little to no sense when taken literally. Wouldn't really apply to that film, would it?
No, but if you look at like another Aronofsky one,
when you watch that film.
I mean, what's the one? It's not Tree of Life, that's Terrence Malick, but it's the Fountain. That one, it's very visual. There's ways that you could kind of take that one. It makes sense, but there's a lot of it that you kind of have to look into. He's definitely made artsier films. I'd say like The Fountain is definitely one of them, and visually that thing is amazing, but story-wise,
definitely never saw that one.
If you want to catch up on your Jackman, yeah, check that one out. There's some really fun visuals where they're using like planets. Well, I don't want to ruin it for you. There's some fun visuals in that. Not the greatest.
I'll look into it. Okay, interesting.
Does it compare to the? I was quickly about to say it, and it was on the tip of my tongue, and it vanished. I was about to. Oh yeah, does it? Everything Everywhere All at Once. Whatever. Does it compare to the visuals of that movie? Because that was one of those movies. I rarely watch movies, especially of my own initiative. But that was one of those movies that I really, really, really enjoyed. And I think that had some great visuals. Does it compare to you feeling sympathy for rocks by the end? Basically. Or the visuals for the Sausage Universe? Does it have this kind of...
Sausage Universe?
Yes.
Yeah, I would think
that
so.
was the question.
2.5 stars is strong, Rosales, for the amount of hatred you're dumping on that movie. 2.5, a 5 out of 10.
Maybe
Again, he's
it's
using the metric
out of...
system though. This is out of 100.
Oh.
If I made a movie and he gave it a 2.5 out of 5, I'd feel pretty good about myself.
That's
for
just
the first movie. That would be great.
Okay, so they're called they are called. Sorry, for the rest of the normies out there, they are called art house films, not artsy, but it's artsy for the normie. I think artsy is the normie term. Okay, and I looked up the top 100 films to watch before you die, and I'm waiting for one of your guys's artsy to come up. But then I looked at the top artsy films, and you've mentioned The Fountain. There it is. Requiem
Visually,
for
it's
a
stunning.
Dream. There's Donnie Darko.
Oh,
Yeah, that one
artsy.
I happen to love.
Yeah,
I would think so.
The Tree of Life. That's another one you just mentioned.
Yeah, Terrence Malick. Almost
Donnie
any of
Brasco.
his would go down as artsy.
I immediately thought Donnie Brasco.
No. We're talking about the bunny and the weird visual. I forget what they call it, but the worms that predict where you're going.
Perfume was really artsy.
Never saw one.
Is The Hangover artsy?
Yes, 100%.
I mean, the way that they used Mike Tyson. No, I wouldn't consider it, but it's better than the other two.
But it does make little to no
artsy
sense when taken
implications
literally.
Of Mike Tyson beating up people in slow motion, would that be considered artsy enough? If the camera moved through the blood splatter,
well,
and you could
according
see,
to Zack Snyder, that's what it would be. Yeah.
If you see the light deflect through the droplets of blood into little rainbow colors, would that be artsy? If the camera would just move through.
I love Ip Man Part 3, and that's what you just described. That's an artsy film for me.
Okay, I'm getting closer
is that
to
the one with
grasping the complete
Mike Tyson's
definition.
in that one?
Yeah, Mike Tyson is in it. Yeah, it's a fantastic film.
Yeah.
Well, if we look at the top 100 movies that are that you should watch before you die, according to IMDb, because that's the be all and end all, right?
That ought to be an exclusive club.
The Shawshank Redemption is the first one.
As an artsy film or top film?
No, as a top film. Is that an artsy film? So I'm playing artsy or not.
I like what Darabont does, but I would think the Green Mile is closer to artsy than Shawshank.
I remember
Shawshank's
more
really
the Green Mile
straightforward for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's been so long since I've seen it.
Charles, would you consider it artsy at all?
Shawshank?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What puts that into the
artsy?
artsy category for you?
The income. There are suggestive shots. They use more than just the script to tell you the story.
Ooh, I like that. That more than just the script to tell you the story. I like that. Yeah.
Like him standing in the rain.
I heard Dorcas made disagree noises. So I would like them.
Sorry. It wasn't a disagree noise. I was thinking of that movie, North by Northwest, which got me thinking about Hitchcock, which made me think about the crop duster scene. And I tried to vocalize all of that, and it just came out as a grunt.
That means crop duster scene from North by Northwest.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Hello, Miss K.
Wouldn't the Shawshank Redemption... Okay, so does it... If it has enough meaning within visuals and happenings within the movie? Would that make it artsy? Because in Shawshank, like, don't you have like the ending literally about rebirth, like crawling through a woman's abdomen out of a wet pipe into a new world, like kind of scene thing, you know?
Symbolism,
basically.
That way.
Like, would that, if you put enough of those into a movie and not just cram into it mindlessly, I mean, like actually have them be there and make sense, would that by necessity make it artsy? Enough symbolism. Would that be something that produces the artsy quality for a movie?
For me, yes, because it requires it, like Charles had spoken about, like it challenges you beyond just the popcorn movie. But then again, not all non-popcorn movies are artsy films, if you know what I'm saying.
Most aren't.
So, yeah, most aren't. But like a good film isn't a popcorn film. Usually, that they don't overlap all the time.
Doesn't mean it can't be one though.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it can't be. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, but like the fact that it
Kubrick films are generally considered artsy, but like I don't know, would you consider like Full Metal Jacket artsy?
Yes.
When they start singing Mickey Mouse Brigade, like yeah.
So I think he's got so many artsy films, but I don't know if I'd consider that one. I think the distinction is like I don't see any like heightened reality or kind of extra elements in it.
Sorry, can we go over your criteria again, Gray?
War is a heightened reality, though.
Yeah, so
not for mass appeal, like some stuff for mass.
Yeah. So commentary on the human experience, artistic visual expression, highly symbolic, philosophical, and using a critical or reflective approach. Not a popcorn flick, not designed for mass appeal. And then the final one that I think people would have an issue with is heightened or augmented reality, some fantastical element.
Okay.
Where to me, like Green Mile does have that fantastical element. So like that would be artsy to me, where I do see Shawshank as a little bit more of just a really good popcorn flick. Like there's a reason why it's on that top list. Same thing with Full Metal Jacket, where a lot of the other ones are just, oh man, they're so artsy and the way that he approaches it and the extra visuals that he adds to it.
What if artsy does require you to, because now you exactly what you're saying, like a popcorn film, that's why they're on those lists, and you see that those artsy sort of films are on a shorter list because these are great films in terms of that's what everyone has decided, right? But an artsy film, I suppose, requires you to understand it for you to enjoy it in that way. Whereas one of these films that's on this list, it's like everyone can enjoy it, whether or not they take it as deeply as it needs to go or not.
Is enjoyment the goal with film? Are you a studio head?
That's
I guess.
Yeah, what's the point?
If you're a studio head,
for me, I would prefer enjoying it, but like the point of it for a studio is probably profitability. So it really depends who you're at.
Do you like
there
it?
are people who
here's
love to hate
another one.
films.
Presumably, the studio head would have a different goal than, say, the director, right?
And that's where I think, like films like mass appeal comedies, not artsy. It can be, but from their
the other guys is perfect as an artsy film.
Sure. So from their inception,
from the bushes.
From their inception, they're not. The target isn't really to challenge you; it's to make money.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's where the difference is. If someone's trying to challenge you and tell you a story, they're not really that concerned with the back end. Whereas studio stuff is the exact opposite. I don't care if you like it or not. Just go see it.
But if you were a studio head, how would you run it?
Into the cultural impact.
Into the ground, you would. Because
sequel after sequel.
Yeah. No,
I do.
Go ahead, Dorcas.
Sorry, not quite what you were. I like this idea of, or this topic of is a film supposed to be enjoyable? Because as it pertains to Strange Darling, it made me very uncomfortable throughout most of the film. And like, I still liked the film. I thought it was a good film. It's not an experience I would like to have again. And I think there are plenty of plays out there that are supposed to make you uncomfortable as you watch. But
yes,
then my mind goes to horror films. Like, I don't enjoy being afraid, but I know that there are a lot of people who enjoy being afraid.
Oh yeah.
So
it's like amusement parks. Why would you toy yourself with death like that? I might get hurt.
That's what I've been that's what I've been saying for years. This is why I don't go on roller coasters.
So all right, so I understand your perception a bit more. You're not going to watch a horror movie just to get that. Ooh. Huh.
Yeah. Different tiers of satisfaction and enjoyableness, I suppose.
Well, can I ask you, Charles, you've seen a bunch of, so would you consider most dramas to be artsy films then? Or
DRAMA, drama?
Yeah, drama, sorry. Like The Llama.
I have not seen
The Llama.
Oh, I mean, you know, the drama llama. Yeah, just like I'm trying to think of like something that would be like a very poignant, dramatic film, but I wouldn't necessarily consider artsy. Off the top of my head, like Hotel Rwanda or something like that comes to mind. It's like, I mean, that's a powerful film. It's really dramatic, but I wouldn't lump it in the artsy category. It's just like straight drama for me. But am I weird on that? Would you consider it artsy?
No, I agree with you. I think it challenges you, but it challenges you emotionally, not artistically. If that makes any sense. Like if you feel something, like you could watch a rom-com and be like, oh, love. And like, yeah, all right, that it got something from you, but
I want to feel things.
Yeah.
All right, let's leave the personal life out of this.
Where I don't know, there is so it's not exactly the same as like Hotel Rwanda, but something like Life of Pi, where you have this extra element in there that is very artistic in the way that they're telling the story. It's still a very tragic story. It's still drama, but like I would consider Life of Pi artsy, whereas Hotel Rwanda I wouldn't. But I think my distinction is that fantasy element. But
yeah,
that might just be
heightened, sure.
Huh.
I consider The Fifth Element to be super artsy.
I agree.
You know, Lilu.
What about Demolition Man?
Yes.
Super amazing. Great.
Taco Bell
you know,
dining.
It showed us our
Absolutely.
future.
Yes, The Lighthouse. Yes.
The Room.
I don't know about
which
The
one?
Room. Are you talking about The Room?
Not
or
Room. The Room.
No.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I definitely have cancer.
I wouldn't consider it artsy, but it has kind of become a weird art into itself, especially like the second life it got, where people love it, but not for the reason the director intended.
Why is it easier to tell that The Room is not art than is it art? Because everyone seems to know this is bad. How is it easier to know if something's bad than
would quality necessarily be something that determines artsiness? Do only good movies get to be artsy?
Ooh.
I don't think so, because like there's a bunch of Terrence Malick films that I do not care for, but they are artsy. I don't think it has to be good to be that, but perhaps I'm overstepping. Charles, what do you think?
No, Terrence Malick, I just can't get into it. I've tried 2 of his movies and nope.
I did not, Hitler. I did not. I remember that scene with the stock spoon pictures in the background.
He doesn't know about the shells.
Okay, so artsy movies, I think of things like Under Your Skin. Yeah, guys, just put in the chat. Put in the chat what is an artsy film for you. Just like list them, put them out there, and then we'll see if that resonates.
Yeah, that's wild.
And then I'll add them to my list.
Although I don't remember much other than Scarlett Johansson in that movie.
I mean, that is the main thing that you remember.
She
but
might have had clothes. I don't remember.
It's a fun story.
It's fucking weird.
Robots?
Yeah, robots.
The animated film with Ewan McGregor?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mandy?
Why
That
not?
counts? Robots?
It was a shot in the dark, really, but I do
Okay, I'm
enjoy
putting
the
them in there. Mandy. Well, okay, so why do you disagree with what are the things that make you not want that? BMO puts robots in Artsy, so I'm putting it. It's on the record. BMO.
It is a movie that my parents took me to go see. My parents they knew that they were going to hate it, and the thing is they clapped at the end of that film.
Okay, so that's
that
why.
That has nothing to do with it being artsy. But it
So
does
clapter
show just how
equals
good
artsy.
it just goes to show how good the movie is.
Okay, there was clap. The Shining is
12
artsy.
Monkeys. Did you get David's 12 Monkeys? I would consider that.
I think that one is definitely artsy. Paprika's awesome. That was gonna, and I understand it should be paprika. I like to say paprika, but so would you consider Perfect Blue then, Charles? The one anime you've seen, is that artsy?
Yes.
Do you consider The Shining
then I think
artsy?
Yes.
I think Paprika would also count. The Shining, so visually stunning. So many things have aped from that as well. Yeah, I
do
would
not write down
artsy.
every single thing the chat is putting in there.
I'm totally.
I'm veto power. No.
Okay. So 12 Monkeys, you were okay with?
Yes.
Wait,
Paprika.
I don't know it, so.
Okay.
I don't think he's seen it, but he's seen Perfect Blue. So
Artsy Films,
man,
according.
hold
Hold on. I'm just adding according to Charles.
I shall deem them artsy.
Okay.
That is
Mandy,
a good one.
Mandy, you
Prisoners?
were not. Mandy,
Yes, I
you
have.
went to.
Okay,
Mandy, you went.
sorry.
You went to. Yeah, I'm trying to get the answers here. Mandy, you weren't a fan of, right? As artsy.
Oh, Mandy's artsy, sure.
Okay.
It's
Because
got some
you made
fun elements to it.
noises. Okay. Robots, no. We have. Sorry.
I think that's what the noise was. That
Okay.
robot, not
Under
Mandy.
Your Skin.
Yes.
12 Monkeys. The Shining.
Are there any artsy television series?
Oh yeah,
Sure.
like what's the classic one? Oh my God, Lynch. Twin Peaks.
Thank you. 'Cause that's exactly what I was
very
thinking
artsy.
of. I was like,
Euphoria.
Twin Peaks, definitely.
Yeah,
Lost?
Euphoria has some awesome visual shit going on, especially again with the drug use. I would consider
Awesome
it artsy.
visual shit. Yes.
Charles, did you think Requiem for a Dream was artsy?
Of
Yes.
course. Yes. If I have to watch it to be tortured, it's artsy.
Ooh, so is a Serbian film artsy?
Yes.
Wait
Okay.
a second. Wait a second. Does that mean that a bad Marvel film is an artsy film?
No.
What
That's
about
torture to watch?
Well, a
The
different form.
Illusionist?
I'm not going to make money off of making a video for it.
Fair
The
enough.
Illusion.
That's what makes it artsy.
Yes.
Have you seen
Charles,
Nicolas
right?
Cage's version of now I'm forgetting have you seen Pig?
I have not. What were you saying, Dorcas?
Oh man.
Wait, is Pig the Neil LaBeouf written?
Gesundheit?
You know what, Zero Facts? Nobody has said
might be.
fartsy.
Oh.
Not yet.
Womp womp.
We were
Well,
saving
you know
that
what?
for the
You've done
finale.
it. He's taken it. He took the
I think there
initiative.
are two movies. I always confuse them. I think one of them is The Illusionist. Is that the one with Hugh Jackman
Ooh.
where they like?
No, that's the Prestige.
Yeah.
Okay, so those two. Thank you.
I think one is particularly
Confusion
artsier
has
than
been
the other.
detected and showcased. Thank you.
Actually, I don't know if I've seen both of them. Now that I think about it, I think
They're
I get
basically the
confusing them as
same
well.
movie.
They are, but yeah.
The Illusionist though has this weird like ethereal component to it where like the story goes in a strange direction. If I'm remembering it correctly, there's a whole thing where people thought that he was bringing the dead back to life.
Mhm.
I don't remember.
Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Hunter.
No.
Ooh, that's a good one.
It's got the fantasy thing that Gray's
So
talking about.
Zathura, that's the augmented reality. It's very standard. Otherwise,
What do you mean
Xanther, is
by
that the
standard?
follow-up?
Zathura,
Yeah, it's the playing a board game in space.
playing a board game.
So it's the
board
follow-up
game.
to
Horror
Jumanji.
game.
Yeah, it's just Jumanji but space.
Okay.
I love the way Wallace made sure that he put the sarcasm for Shrek being artsy.
I mean,
I don't know if I've ever actually seen Zathura. I don't know if I have.
Well, if
I
you've
forgot
seen
it all.
Jumanji,
Oh,
you've seen
wasn't it a
Zathura.
bad movie? It's like it
No,
was. It
That's
kind
the
of
thing.
flopped.
It's
Didn't
not
it
bad.
flop?
I just watched it recently. It's actually a solid 6 out of 10. It's not that bad.
I mean, it's Jon Favreau, if I remember right.
It is.
Yeah, I have not seen
So
it.
hold on. As much as you highlighted the Shrek, the sarcasm thing, that might have something to do with artsy. If you feel embarrassed to say that if there's some form of self-consciousness in saying you like it or don't, like, ooh, this might be a little.
Oh my
artsy.
gosh, Tron is artsy. Bree
I think
Wood
Tron is.
in the chat.
I think it's got its certain way.
Got a very specific visual style, to be certain.
Would Judge Dredd be artsy?
Which
Dredd or Judge Dredd?
Yeah,
Dredd.
Dredd. Just
I think so.
Be Judge Dredd, you know. Because you
Not-
have
not
that whole
Stallone.
slowing down
Well,
and the
The
visual.
drug
Stallone
scenes
one's
are
very different.
awesome.
I'm writing down the questions that we've had as well, which is are movies for enjoyment? Can a good? We didn't really. Must a movie be good to be an artsy movie? I don't think it has to be. As in successful.
It should
especially
not be the case if you're using it as a classification, which they pretty clearly are.
Gray is probably artsy.
I find it to be so, but I might be the only one on the internet. Everybody else sees it as a big middle finger.
Stylish.
Yeah, I think I agree with Jacob.
Samurai?
And I think that's why I kind of have a distinction between so Tarantino, I wouldn't consider most of his film artsy, but super stylized. But I don't know. I think it's that heightened reality thing, but maybe I'm wrong. That might be my distinction with everybody else.
Charles, I want to do an Akira Kurosawa binge. Are you in?
Yes.
Excellent.
They're awesome, man.
On your
So
own
many people are
time.
using Rashomon.
Not on a Thursday.
Great, you're invited too. So are the rest of you.
Artsy middle finger. Yeah, I think the word artsy is like this colloquialism for just something that
for vibes.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted us to talk about it, because we're supposed to define things. We need a definition, but
let's see your wide berth full of definitions.
I've got here great, not for mass appeal, visual symbolism,
Shutter
commentary.
I love that movie.
Natural.
What about any Shyamalan one? Would you consider those artsy?
Swing.
Speaking of which, hold on. Has anyone watching? Has anyone watched Servant, the series?
Nope.
I've had it suggested to me, and then the person that suggested it to me was like, "No, never mind, don't watch it." So I have not, but I've heard it's intriguing. Just nothing happens.
Yeah, I suppose you could have that comment about it, but we're binging it, so it doesn't feel that way. So I guess if you're watching it week on week, you're like, okay, thanks.
So Blade Runner is a very interesting case on, is that just a stylish movie or is that an artsy film? Because I remember watching that and not getting it the first time and then enjoying it afterwards.
I think both of them would be artsy in my opinion. I like what Denis Villeneuve did with 4099 or whatever it is, but the original one, I would definitely call it artsy.
See, a lot of things that have been listed are things that are like well received and have established an audience. To kind of swing back to Strange Darling, I don't think I think it's too soon to decide whether or not Strange Darling is artsy. It hasn't reached an audience yet.
Does the audience dictate whether it's artsy or not?
What does the audience have to? Does the audience have to be niche, or can you have a broad audience artsy film?
If I were to take this question out of film and say just art in general, what the masses say about your art is what the art is, no matter how you feel about it.
It's also subjective.
Yeah, it's like death of the author. It's completely subjective, of course. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting question.
Yeah,
but
I don't know if I have the answer.
No.
I know it's not objective. That's one thing for certain.
For sure.
We've got
Whoa! There's a spider on the screen.
we've got the spectrum. We've got artsy, stylish, not artsy. If there's anything in between, you would like to add. For
I noticed
spectrum.
that none of us did bring up Joker, by the way, as an artsy film.
I brought it up.
Dorcas did bring it up.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so do we put
Joker
1 in and Joker 2 both in artsy?
Well, that's what I want to ask Charles. Charles jokingly asked me, like, what I consider it artsy. And of course, I think it's an amazing work of art. But you, Charles, you did not care for the thing. Would you consider it artsy? It seems to match most of your criteria for artsy.
Yes, I do. I enjoy the way it looks. And also musicals are something that I just...
But Joker
the
1
plug
and Joker
doesn't
2.
work for me. What?
Agreed.
Both.
Okay.
What they're doing visually with this suit in the first one is like amazing. There's like 3 different shades of that same red suit, and it just becomes more vibrant as it goes on. There's a lot that they're doing visually in that first one.
So, building on this idea of designed to make you think, do you think an artsy film, a prerequisite for something being an artsy film, is that it's supposed to present some sort of challenge to the audience, some sort of not, I don't want to use the word political statement, because that's going to throw on a lot of, I don't want to use the word, I don't want to use the word political statement because that's going to attribute a lot of baggage that I don't want to intend with the question, but is it supposed to be making some sort of statement on the state of the world or something to that effect, that essence?
I think, yes. I mean, the way that all art is supposed to challenge you, yes. I do think challenging is like the top thing that you're looking for from art is to be challenged.
Okay. Can I ask you then, you're familiar with the film Life is Beautiful, right? The fun World War II comedy?
Yes, The Hoot, yes.
Yeah. Would you consider that artsy? Like, it doesn't seem to be doing anything visually, but, well, I wouldn't say nothing visually, but it doesn't seem to have that visual element that a lot of us are putting in, artsy films. I think I would classify it with the other thing. It does have a bit of heightened reality for me. Like, that doesn't seem to be how a normal person would react to the situation. It does seem to have a commentary on the human experience, and there is the philosophical reflection in there. It's not a popcorn film designed for mass consumption.
So, I haven't seen Life is Beautiful in a while. Have you seen Jojo Rabbit?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's a more mass consumable version of, well, it's got similar elements, I would say.
But all you need to see is a shoe to know what is going on.
Yeah.
Isn't that pretty powerful for if you've been watching
I would
the film?
think so. I can't remember a visual like that for like Life is Beautiful. For those who aren't aware of Life is Beautiful, it's a father and I believe it's a son. Now it's been over a decade since I've seen it. But they're in a concentration camp, but the father doesn't want the kid to kind of know what's going on, so he's treating it like a comedy. And he's really putting on like the best front for the kid and making it like a game, essentially. It's a weird film, but I think it really is challenging in a way. But visually, I don't know if it has that same type of... I mean, you do get to see like piles of things in the background.
But I don't think visually... I think an artsy film can be there without visuals. Like what the fuck was the World War II one from just now? This past season, the Zone.
Zone of Interest. So we were.
That's all audio, and
yeah, we were just talking about Jonathan Glazer, who also did Under the Skin. Like, I think a lot of his are very artsy films. I think that dude is artsy as hell.
Right. I wouldn't say the imagery in Zone of Interest is tremendously powerful, but if you're paying attention,
whole section where you get to see inside the concentration camp, and suddenly we go to the I'm forgetting but it's the weird reverse thing, like black is white, white is black.
Oh yeah, like the night vision thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not that. Like I don't. I mean, now that you mention it, I do think rather heavily of it. But when I think of zone of interest, I think of the noises, like them in the house, and you hear just this clanging noise, and
yeah,
that noise means something.
The most crazy sound design I've heard in any film. It is so strange.
I've never heard of this.
And then you've also got the weird visuals of suddenly jumping in time. I don't know. I'd consider that very artistic.
Well, I'm trying to veer away from visuals. Like the audio is the most memorable thing for me in zone of interest, and it sticks with me far more than some of the imagery.
And what you have said is that uses more than script to tell the story.
Oh, I'm not defining artsy. Let's not attribute.
I'm
not
attributing
taking phone
it.
calls. Sorry.
It's part of. It's not. But it's part of your. It's part of the things that you've said about them. It's not that it's exactly defining artsy. Don't worry. I'm not going to hold you to this.
Yeah, I'm going to get emails. Mr. Scredia, on October 17th, you said that artsy is.
No, it's just part of how you. Because remember, we have come to the. I think that the conclusion is we don't know.
Yes,
we can't say. It changes for everything. It's nebulous. Cool.
No, but listen, don't downplay that. That's a very powerful thing to be able to say. We don't know, but we are thinking about it.
Yeah,
and we are able to say that we don't know, and this is what we think about it. We don't have to make up some bullshit about, oh, you don't understand. Oh, we already know. Stop thinking about it. We already have the answer. To be able to say, we don't know. We're kind of working on it.
Watch
is
for
a really,
yourself,
really powerful thing.
and let's discuss it. How about that?
Yay! I need to clip that for a trailer for Thinkers. Because that's basically that's what people have asked. Like, why do you guys talk for so long? Do you guys ever get answers? It's like that's not even the point. We don't even need to get answers. We just want to talk about stuff. So
it's fun hearing different perspectives. Like we can both watch a tree, just a shot of a tree, and we could have 6 different perspectives. Oh, clearly it means the evolution of time, and it means crops. What? We just saw a picture of a tree.
What are you, a bunch of thinkers? Yeah.
You sick fuck?
But Joe, you did. Squad. Yeah. So listen, Charles, you did say uses more than the script to tell the story, and then you went and now I've added to your block by saying not necessarily visual techniques.
I've crossed my mind.
You've crossed your mind.
Yeah. No, I think Charles has won me over to that definition as well. I think he's right. I think there is more to this storytelling than.
Great.
I think additional elements to. Yeah, I think you definitely won me over, Charles.
If that definition makes me money, attribute it to me, please. Thank you.
Noted.
I don't know if it's going to do that, but you've won friends here.
Also, if that opinion attributes money to me, let them know that I.
Sparkles has a special request for Gray.
Cute.
Be cute.
Oh.
Switch over.
Yeah, press 5 on your.
Oh.
There you go.
Thick. No, that's not it. That's you know what?
Hey, that's a cute jar.
Whoops. That's the
cute
one.
There it is.
There we go. Let's go.
You've got a tribute for Charles.
Nice.
Hey, Lindsay.
And hey, Lindsay.
Hey.
Oh,
Linzo.
Speaking of tribute, how about that? What was that Jack Black movie that he did?
Shallow How?
No.
Oh,
yes, but no.
Gulliver's Travels?
That artistic masterpiece.
With Kyle Gass. The Pick of Destiny.
Oh.
That an art.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good
love
question.
That film.
I do
to
too.
me, I find it incredibly artistic, but perhaps somebody else wouldn't.
Artistic, but would you call it artsy?
Like an artsy.
You know what, guys? Is there a pretentious bit? Because now, remember Rosales spoke about it earlier. Remember way back, and like an hour ago, that Rosales mentioned something about pretentiousness, and I think David also brought up pretentious.
I think there's an element of pretentiousness or gatekeepery things where like it's the same thing as like being a hipster. Like, no, this is stay away. You have your popular stuff. I have my artsy whatever. There's some
kind of
sort of
exclusive.
hipster element to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I think goes back to what I said about that nebulous quality of the artists in the art gallery discussing.
I would maybe almost call it the inverse of a hipster. Hipster's like, oh, I like this thing before it was cool. Where artsy's like, that's not for me. It's artsy. It's for whatever the inverse of a hipster is.
Is the menu artsy?
Oh,
Yes.
please God, no. Oh,
I think the way they present the food and use a lot of those shots to me, it's very visual storytelling.
Some bullshit.
It's also a specific critique of those who call things artsy. So
yeah, it's like a documentary on what culture is. It's incredible.
That's actually pretty. So
it is a fantastic.
Okay, so hands up. Yeah, well, hands up.
My hands are up already.
Are we putting the menu in artsy?
Yeah, it's a good roast.
So good roast. David Pluff brings up Ferngully. Would you consider that one to be artistic?
You mean Avatar?
Well, that's what I was going to ask next.
Okay,
so
if
you do consider Ferngully, would Avatar be artistic? It's pushing the ability of visuals at the time.
Yeah, the problem is
it was somewhat groundbreaking.
So much so, but is it enough to be artsy? Again, I feel like we've been here before. Very impressive, groundbreaking visuals. Is it enough to be artsy? Like, was it? I know. I'm sorry. I
would consider it. But
he's 12. You said brown.
No. I read someone's thing in the chat. I'm a
glass.
One more month. I'm back to being an
Okay.
adult. I promise.
If it's groundbreaking enough, the visuals, and if it's impressive enough, and if it's ahead of its time enough, would that automatically qualify it as artsy? Was Star Wars, the original Star Wars, artsy just because of how ahead of time it was in special effects?
Then it can't be.
I love the artistic way that they use the miniatures. It still can't be beat, but I don't know if a lot of people would consider it like artistic or an art house film.
That first shot shows you everything they want you to know.
It does.
People that are running, they're small.
That's so amazing.
That speaks to the Akira Kurosawa stuff because
and Lucas has said that he's basically apes Kurosawa a lot.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
a whole bunch. And so did some of the other Star Wars projects.
Star Wars go on the artsy thing. But you know what? Star Wars' mass appeal kind of overcame its artsiness.
It grew up right in front of our eyes.
Well, okay. So if you're considering that one artsy, what about the Rashomon, heavily inspired version? So you'd either have TLJ or The Acolyte.
Great.
They heavily borrow on both of those. Would you consider either of those?
Can we just not
artsy?
Talk about The Last Jedi?
We can't. I'm sorry. It's part of the contract. We've got to talk about Star Wars.
It will follow you everywhere, Charles. It will haunt you to the end of your days.
I'm glad you come.
Did the audience in the case of Star Wars make it not artsy? I think so.
My head hurts.
All I'm saying is Andrew isn't here, so.
Are you able to see Jacob's pretentious one? Is that just me that sees that?
Pretentious. Pretentious.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Pretentious is up there with woke as one of the most overused.
I do agree, but pretentious has more of a definition than woke.
I agree with that too.
Because pretentious means you're pretending, you're putting up a front. So, like in terms of like art house films, if you're saying that they're pretentious, they're pretending to be something.
Although,
but doesn't that also help with the fact that like woke is a very socio-politically charged term with a lot of people being very, very heated about it. And
but if you need an hour to explain what it means, then there's no point in talking about it now.
But
but pretentious is like a quick and easy verbal. This is grammar, etc. Very like it's not. I don't like comparing those two things, is guess what I'm saying.
You were saying, Charles?
I was trying to get a quick little joke out. People who use the word woke are never sleeping. So thank you, Peanut Gallery. Yeah, it sucks when I have to wait to get the little line out. Yeah, it's not worth it. I appreciate it. It
didn't feel good for you.
No.
Well,
no.
Actually, I think Dorcas, you described it very well, where like a pretentious film is just like going to an art gallery and you're seeing a bunch of people trying to make quote sophisticated descriptions of art. There is an element of that with movies where some people are like, oh, this is 35 words that I've never read before that are from a 1900s dictionary.
Which one of you brought up Serbian film?
Wasn't it you?
I believe that was me. I think it's, you know, mandatory once per stream.
I do think it is pretentious. It is a movie that challenges you, but I feel like it can still challenge you without going so hard. So that might be pretentious. Like you can get the same like internal struggle without getting so much on screen.
So would you say the same thing about like Irreversible or whatever? Like it's a story that, you know, you've seen similar versions of it, but it definitely goes lighter than that. Like that one goes hard. I don't know in an artistic way, but I don't know. Would you consider that one to be artsy?
Technically speaking, Irreversible is artsy because the way they give you information leading up into the scene is subverted and juxtaposed. Because the camera is just constantly doing this swirling shit. And then once it's time for the most difficult scene to get through, there's no movement.
I forgot about the swirling camera part. You just kind of remember what it builds up to. Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, what about, I guess as long as we're going down that thing, have you watched a lot of Ridley Scott's recent ones? Did you happen to see like The Last Duel? They're kind of doing a Rashomon thing where they talk about an event and then they show it from like 3 different perspectives. So it's kind of the same type of deal, but I don't know if I'd consider it artsy.
It didn't stick with me if I did see it, so whatever that's worth. I might not have seen it, with all due respect.
I don't know that I'd consider it a great film. It's got Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, and Kylo Ren. It's interesting. Wow. It's one of the only films that my theater gave me a trigger warning before going into. So yeah.
So,
but yeah, I definitely put Inception on there.
I've got sort of a wonky.
Willy Wonka is artsy.
Excellent.
So artsy.
Well, all of them.
Great music.
The Sweeney Todd movie.
I
thought was a fairly decent straight take of Sweeney Todd. When I was in college, they did a production of Sweeney Todd, and the director chose to essentially have the entire thing take place inside of an insane asylum or something to that effect. So if the movie had decided to make that decision, if they changed virtually nothing else about the movie except that it all took place in an insane asylum, would you be more inclined to consider Sweeney Todd an artsy film?
No, because then it makes me wonder, why are they able to make pies? Why are they able to cut people's hair and everything in an insane asylum?
You would be your suspension of disbelief would just
completely and utterly.
Yeah. You wouldn't have the head canon to say they're doing this in their head, or what are they actually looking like, you know? Yeah. So you would. That goes with Andrew's thing where you taking it using a conventional analytical lens or whatever, it makes no sense.
Sure. Because. Well, I immediately go to, why would an insane asylum allow people to cut people's hair with a straight razor? That I just I can't. So yeah,
one of the most obvious security risks if you're running a place full of dangerous people. Dangerous themselves, rather.
We're 9 minutes away from the full runtime, so if somebody wanted to watch Strange Darling in the time that we wanted for, they could have.
I took it off so I could edit it.
That's awesome.
I think more specifically what the director did was it's Toby after the events of Sweeney Todd in the insane asylum, telling the events of Tobias, whatever his name was.
I just think that would be really funny if it was Tobey Maguire instead of Johnny Depp.
The extreme just went Anyway.
No. But okay, let's spoil Strange Darling, shall we?
Oh no, I just find it funny that we're about the runtime. We're about 5 minutes from the total runtime of the movie.
Yeah, let's go for another 5 minutes and then we'll
Now the real question
So
is,
short. It's 1:37. I mean, come on.
is our stream more artsy than Strange Darling at this point?
Oh,
That's the real question.
it's visually stunning. It's stunning with its visual. Yes. The audio has meaning. Like, everybody's opinions depends on their audio quality. Yeah,
I think movies that have that doggy bag element tend to be artsy. Something that when
doggy
you're
bag.
done,
You take them with.
Oh, are you familiar with the doggy bag?
Well, I just understand the idea. Yeah.
Okay, so it's something that when you're done, you still have something of it, and it'll bring you back to that.
Yeah.
Perhaps you'll watch it another time, or a one watch isn't enough or sufficient.
You know what? That kind of goes with the design to make you think thing that you were talking about as well. Doggy bag quality.
I'm gonna write a book. Can somebody write words to translate my brain to words?
I can mind map.
ChatGPT exists.
I can just get the main points, and then you have to put sentences behind them. Sorry. We can get Dorcas to do that for you.
Sorry, I'm taking screenshots. What am I doing?
I have the brain pudding. That's all I have. I need to make it into words.
Doggy bag quality. Okay, can I ask you? Guys,
you can't ask. Nope.
Well,
no asking.
fuck you.
Not
I'm
allowed.
asking anyway. Did I ask? Did we come to a conclusion that I just forgot about? Poor Things. Is that an artsy film?
Yeah, I think it has to be artsy. Just the way that they're messing with visuals is amazing. Like they've basically got I think it's a 2mm porthole lens. I have never seen that used in any other way. And then just story seems to be kind of secondary to a lot of other elements that are going on there.
Like it can actually take you out of the movie. Yeah. Sorry.
Yes, I agree. As someone who looks at things and and trying to understand why is this doing this?
Yes.
The bizarre super fisheye lens is great. Did the director say? Did Yorgos Lanthimos say why those angles were used in that movie?
Yeah, literally they couldn't figure out what to do with the shot, so he's just like, try this. Yeah, that looks weird.
It
was literally just kind of to try it. It didn't have a specific purpose. It was just if they couldn't get the scene to work. So it was specifically a dancing scene and kind of a fight scene.
That's Kevin
really
Smith
is
memorable. Is what it is. It's I couldn't afford color, so it's like a CCTV.
Did you do something to my eyes, Dorcas? That's weird, man.
Not a thing.
Okay.
Nope, natural. Yeah, he basically said if the scene wasn't working, they would just throw on the fisheye lens and see if it worked. And,
no,
it's interesting visually, but yeah, I think besides that, there's a lot of artistic elements and weird themes and symbolism going on.
Call it
film.
artsy,
It's very
but
challenging.
I'll put pretentious.
Call it artsy.
It is not for mass consumption. I don't think that one's a popcorn flick at all.
Yeah.
I don't think anything that Yorgos Lanthimos has ever done is Kinds of Kindness is weird, but The Lobster or Killing of a Sacred Deer, they're all artsy flicks.
Dogtooth. What the fuck?
I forgot about Dogtooth, man. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I got tired of the female form in Poor Things. All right.
How dare you.
Nudity.
Yeah.
All right already.
It's a good form.
How dare you, sir?
Sorry. Apocalypto has been mentioned a couple times. What do you think about Apocalypto, man? It's a lot of storytelling that doesn't have to do with actual words. It's kind of amazing.
That Blu-ray is non-existent. I keep getting suggested to watch that movie, and I cannot find it anywhere.
You've never seen Apocalypto?
Not.
What about Armageddon?
Armageddon.
You know what? Just do it, because I've seen enough.
As well as Deep
rage
Impact.
baiting people.
Have you seen Deep Impact?
I have.
De-impact. Sorry. Okay.
Deep Impact is a bill that was designed to. It's a movie about a bill that's
Keep your
designed
backhand
to
strong.
Exactly.
Okay.
Deep impact.
Well,
It's
I guess we
removing
could
the
get.
pimp part of you. Deep
I guess we could get onto 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it's
Absolutely.
so super
Yes,
symbolic, right?
So
man.
much that he does in every one of his films.
That's a movie
That's
I
why
don't even like.
But we said they don't have to be good movies.
Yeah, well,
that's why Full Metal Jacket to me seems to be the least symbolic of all of his films. Like there's still a whole lot going on, but it seems to be the most straightforward. I guess you could maybe say Barry Lyndon, but man, every single frame in there is like a painting. He's doing something visually that's just amazing.
EFAP? EastFap?
Not that one.
SFAP?
The original, every single frame in that literally looks like a painting. And man, they went to the actual castles. Then they actually set up just every bit of lighting was natural. They did it off of candles and reflectors, and just it looks like it's of that time because they're doing everything authentically. It's strange, but I guess it doesn't have like surreal visuals or anything like that. But I don't think it would have to be artsy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just taking a screenshot of like basically one of the first things you see in
oh no,
in Strange Darling.
Oh no. Is it this disclaimer about what was being used?
It could be a controversial and pretentious statement. We'll see.
Letterboxd says that.
No, this is not. It's not anything like that. It's not a gotcha or anything. It's literally. I knew that this was an artsy film from just seeing this because of the saturation of the red.
She's wearing red.
Yeah.
Not only that, but
it really
starts in
wants
black
me
and
to
white.
notice she's wearing red. Oh yes, it does. Hey?
It starts in black and white, and then the color slowly becomes more and more saturated.
You weren't paying attention, Kitty.
She's paying attention. She just grabbed it once its saturation is there. But just that one move is a lot more than a lot of films end up doing visually.
Sorry, I'm busy watching the movie.
Sorry, do you want us to let you go?
Wait, hold on. JT Molnar picture. Between 2018 and 2022. 20. So this is now. Let's talk about that. It being supposedly based on a true story. BMO thought it was.
Does this mean the real person's going to come forward and sue Netflix?
Man, I hope so. That would be awesome.
Even though they give you kind of a warning that it's a reenactment based off of, I think it said like deposition,
a string of murders,
but they're basically saying that this is a reenactment that they put together based off of interviews, like depositions, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but something about interviews with the officers involved.
Yeah.
So they're not saying like this is a true story. Like it doesn't go as far as like Fargo or
it's just at the very end. That's what intrigued me. The what they described at the very end with the black. I think it was at the very end where it talked about the string of murders and all that. I did a little bit of looking into it, and then I don't know what to believe now.
My mom always said I'm a strange darling. No. Have you seen the movie Strange Darling? Playing Down Under. Okay, well, yeah. The first thing that you actually see is a whole. It's written out, and it's in red, guys. The first thing
it wasn't at the very end. It was at the beginning, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the scroll. Well, there's like kind of two things that happen before that. First, there's like a crickets noise, and then the real pretentious statement of shot on 35 millimeter comes up.
Did you really say that? Let me go.
Yeah.
Back. I'm going to 0. So.
Yeah, it should be the first thing that comes up is you hear crickets, and then all of a sudden it's 35 millimeter, or it was shot entirely on 35 millimeter.
You got logos.
I don't understand that bullet caliber.
VVS Films.
Well, that's kind of the point. So the cinematographer, who you may know from other films, as he's quite a famous actor, Mr. Giovanni Ribisi. He was in the aforementioned, now I'm forgetting it, the Big Blue Cat movie, Avatar. So yeah, he's done a bunch of like Hollywood ones, but this is his first time as a cinematographer, and he was totally against advertising shot entirely on 35 millimeter. But the director, he wanted to kind of let the average man know why this looks different than everything that we normally see digitally.
Because the average man, me, normie, I didn't notice that.
Could you actually explain to me, as a film normie here, what the difference is here? Why is 35 millimeter significant?
So 35 millimeter is the type of film stock that they're using. Hey, Zax. So it's particularly kind of important in this particular one. And they mentioned that they're using Kodak 35 millimeter. So actually, JT Molnar and Giovanni Ribisi are both kind of fans of this kind of dying art that is film, that is actually using film stock. So the difference is you either shoot analog, which is basically film, or you shoot digital, which you can get in a bunch of different like hard drives, essentially. It's basically the difference between actually getting something that you need to get developed, or you just have it in ones and zeros. Generally, you then take that film stock and you put it into digital to edit it. Hardly anyone's editing it with like razor blades anymore or anything like that. But it adds what they generally call texture and grain to the film. You can do that a lot digitally afterwards, but it takes a lot of processing to make it look like it looks naturally from the film. There's a few drawbacks to each one. With film, it takes time to process it. So you do have to actually send away the dailies and then it comes back. So you don't know instantly, like you can look at it through the viewfinder, but you don't know that everything is like in focus or anything like that. There is a bit of a risk where you can look at it instantly on playback on a huge monitor for digital. And then with digital, you kind of have endless. So a lot of these film things, like specifically Ridley Scott, I can't remember how many cameras he was running for Napoleon, but there's this one kind of battle scene, and they basically had, I think it was like 40 hour, I can't remember exactly how many hours of footage it was to get like this 5-minute scene. But that's kind of the opposite of digital versus film. With film, your reel is at most 15 minutes. Generally, you're not dealing with that. So you have 15 minutes that the take can be, and that's it. So generally, you have the actors rehearse a shitload more. You know exactly where the camera is going to go because film is expensive. It takes time to change out the canister, and you only have about a 15-minute shot at most. So there's a lot of other elements that go into it, but mainly it's that look, that grain and texture is what people are looking for. And you can get close to it with digital now. It's, you know, like emulation of it, but there's something kind of magical about it. And then you use completely different cameras for each of them. The lenses aren't really interchangeable, but apparently film cameras, nobody wants to use them anymore because digital is kind of the hip thing. So they're kind of giving away the cameras. The expensive part is going to be the film and then the development.
There's an argument that, it's far less an argument. Film, the resolution is infinite, whereas digital, it's pixelated. No matter how many times you like magnify the image, at some point you're going to have pixels. Whereas film, you could magnify it like a million times over, and still will have the original image without pixels.
Interesting.
Clone Wars was the first fully digital film, and they almost
lies
it too.
Jason X was.
Good
Jason X.
Come on, don't forget it. It's the time he went to Spain.
It's the time where he used the sleeping bag trick.
Hey,
right.
I know those words.
So I'm looking at basically the same thing because I'm watching on the side here.
Are you a
and devil is villain. What would explain this to us?
So his character is just known as the demon, and Charles uses devil and demon interchangeably, as did the lady in this film.
Yeah, I needed it to tie into a song that is written for the movie that certainly helps my argument a bit more.
Okay. I'll show this one instead. Then that one will explain it.
Yes. So on
this is now at the end of the movie.
That's a spoiler image. I'm glad we have that.
I mean, the thing has been up for about an hour and 40. Yeah. Now it's longer than
now
the
we're
actual
getting
film.
Into it.
So on the bottom, that's the closed caption for the song, and the song was written specifically for the movie. better the devil you know than the devil you don't. In that shot, well, she's been eliminated by the devil she doesn't know, which is another woman. Whereas the devil we know is it's a bit of a feminist message that men will get you. But
she does show quite a bit of, let's say, kindness to some of the female victims.
A little bit, yeah.
Well, and they play this song. This is the second time that this song is used. The first time that exact song, "The Devil You Know," plays is that split diopter shot or a deep focus shot where you've got Willa Fitzgerald in the front and she's doing something fishy with some drugs, and then you've got Kyle Gallner on the bed in the back. It's kind of one of the most famous shots from this one. I know if anyone's using thumbnails, they're pretty much using that one. But that's actually the scene that first kind of plays. That, better the devil you know. It's a really poignant song, and it's kind of interesting what points they decide to use it at.
Okay, seeing as we're here, what did you guys make of that? What was the statement that you got from this, from the better the devil? Now you've kind of explained it here.
So visually speaking. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bimo.
No, visually speaking, Crystal.
Okay, Bimo, we're gonna let you go.
No, okay. Kidda said Bimo. Am I hearing things?
Yeah, because
Bimo, speak on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Pretentious.
Okay, because you were like it was too much, right?
Well,
it was too on the nose for you. That it's like look, listen to the song, Bimo, listen.
No, I actually thought that it was good accompaniment. Because I caught immediately that the song was made for the movie, and it worked really well to get me invested in trying to figure out the mystery of the film.
Yeah, visually, they open the movie with a black and white shot that seems pretty straightforward. And they close the movie with they open with that. And she asks, "Are you serial killer?" The next shot after that is him strangling someone. And in the black and white image, you're like, oh, okay, this guy's a killer. And they're showing us how he did it.
You see, this is actually funny because when Dorcas and I watched this, because we watched it together, immediately I was thinking, he called it. He was like, "What if this is a bait and switch?" And I was like, I don't know. It's showing him strangling someone. And then I ate crow not even a half hour later. So yeah, fair enough.
And it's bookended with another black and white shot that to the image looks like she's a passenger who's just been shot. But without the lead in, without the color of the film, you don't know what happened there. She just looks like a passenger who's been shot. But she's actually the instigator in all this. So the color within the movie is showing you that there's much more to an image than just what we look at in black and white.
Yeah.
I feel like we actually didn't. We started this movie only at the color point.
Well, it's bookended by black and white.
Yeah,
it's
so just before the original scene that you showed, there's actually 3 things that start with the black and white where it shows Kyle Gallner smoking the cigarette. She asks the question, "So are you a serial killer?" And then it kind of goes to a little bit of the chokage, and it gives you a certain image in your mind before anything plays. And then the first thing you see is her running in color, and then all of a sudden it gives the names as she's the lady and Kyle Gallner is the demon. So it's setting things up in your mind.
Yeah, I honestly think that we just skipped to the something presents, and we didn't see that. We didn't see that, yeah.
I gotta be honest, I don't remember that part either, but
it's real quick.
Watched the movie once.
It's kind of modern technique, like 2 weeks ago. YouTube or whatever. Like coming up, these are the most important parts.
Don't click.
Wait until the end. Yeah.
Don't touch that remote.
Skip ad.
Wait. So we've got. So basically, my main thing the only reason I wanted to show my screenshot there was just that that's what made me go, oh, okay, I've got to pay attention. But if I'd watched the black and white, I would have been like, oh, okay. Actually, no, I think we did. Because there are some times where we restart a movie because we're like, oh shit, something's wrong with the box or something. Because with the wires, because we've had something start and be like, wow, this is very artsy, black and white, and we're like,
nope,
no,
just one connection.
Yeah, that's when I would hit my VCR.
So that's when I knew I'm like, okay, visually, I've got to really pay attention. Not just about the story. I've got to try and find a reason for them doing the colors because of how saturated it was. That's what. Mm-hmm. That was literally my normie take.
And you're like that with Zack Snyder?
No.
Because he's very...
No, it doesn't work for me with him. I don't know if I'm primed to
very
just
saturated.
Well, just
yeah, I think I don't know. No, I didn't even notice that. I'm not pissed off by it. The way other people are, and they are really upset about the coloring that Zack Snyder uses. I'm not upset about that at all.
Well, hold on. There's a difference, though.
Egregious slow-mo.
Saturation in the wrong direction.
Yeah, well, what I'm meaning is that, like, when I was watching Strange Darling, I could tell that the coloring had a message. Watching Zack Snyder films, the coloring does not feel like it has a message. Like, there was something I need to pay attention to. Yes. Is exactly, I felt the same way with Kitty, where it felt like the certain colors were trying to convey a certain feeling or a message of sorts.
Yeah, they were saying pay attention, like the song said, pay attention, pay attention. Yeah.
A great example is like she just gets finished, like they go through the sex scene pretty much, and then like she goes into the bathroom and it's straight up red. And I was like, okay, that's visually distinct. That is just as visually distinct as them sitting in the car and the blue talking about when they're just talking about what's going on. I need to figure out where the lines are here and what's affecting the film and reflecting in the color.
Yeah, what happens when there's I
don't get that from Zack Snyder.
Yeah, you don't. It's just like
or a lot of films.
Just I tried to do that with Poor Things as well, just to try and find meaning in certain things and in what was surreal as well. I'm like, the surrealness helps you to battle with the idea of a child's brain inside a...
I prefer Cheerios. That's my favorite.
Cheerios
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
So yeah, that's what I was trying to do. But see, okay, so BMO, I don't know, BMO, I would put, just because BMO is an artist, I would put him at a little bit higher media literacy than me. But he claims himself as a film normie. Hydra is not a film anything. He sometimes
not a full anything.
He's a film.
You're something to me, Hydra.
He's a film
atheist.
Occasional, and he occasionally.
I dabble occasionally.
Denies the presence of film.
No.
But he likes the intellectual pursuit of just talking, discussing things.
Thank you.
Right. So let's get back to the actual, just the film. You guys, Dorcas called it. What made you call it, do you think, Dorcas?
I'm a misogynist. I don't know.
That is something that I'd like to circle back to at a different point in the conversation, because I've heard this film called both extremely feminist and extremely misogynist. So I'd be interested to learn your guys' ideas on that. But Charles, you were the first one to see it. Did you call it, or did you know there was going to be something coming up? It subtly gives you a lot of clues, especially like subconsciously with the colors, with framing, with blocking.
I assume. Sorry to interrupt. Just to clarify, I assumed because we were watching it out of order that there would be some sort of reveal, and that's where my mind went. But continue. Great, Charles.
Yeah, that's probably where I was too. Like, wait, why are we getting this at this point?
Were you doing the like something is going to be a twist, something's going to happen here?
Where's the Shyamalan?
Yeah, but that's more because I had a screener, and they were like, "Please don't reveal any spoilers. And I was like, usually when they say don't reveal spoilers, that means something's up.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the same thing with me.
You were primed. Okay.
It wasn't you that told me to go in blind, but I know I saw it somewhere where it's like, go in blind, don't let it get spoiled for you. And it's like, oh, okay, so there's going to be something. So I was kind of looking for something when I went in. I told my wife nothing about it, and just, it totally took her for the ride. She had no idea what was going on in there. But I don't know. So I was wondering if it was because I was primed.
Yeah, I plan on showing it to my wife when I hit the UK. I'll let you know on my little science project whenever that takes place.
Okay. So we have. Did you see the twist? Who saw it? So Gray, did you see that? Did you also? Or did you just go in there?
I did, but I think I was primed to like see a twist. So it's like it keeps laying out these breadcrumbs for you and kind of subconsciously tells you what else is going on, especially through like the colors. So yeah, I had an inkling that something was coming, but man, it's really kind of fun the way that it plays with your preconceived notions.
I didn't look for any. I was just there to watch the film, just looking for it, not looking for what comes next. So I was perfect me in that I'd had no expectations. So we have, and Bimo, you were clued in by Dorcas, or did you just?
No, I wasn't clued in by Dorcas at all. Actually, we kind of had two completely different ideas of the film until like the middle act. Sorry, act 2.
I guess that's the other thing too. Like, do you guys think that this film hinges on this kind of reveal or whatever? Because it comes kind of early. It's like 40 minutes into an hour and 40-minute film. It's not like it's. Sorry, I that might be priming you.
Could you say the question again, just to make sure I understand what you're saying?
Do you think the film, like the reveal, is pivotal to this film? Like, Shyamalan's, I don't think they really work without that kind of twist or whatever. This doesn't feel the same way to me. Does it feel like it needs the twist to you?
In order for the movie to be interesting, no, I don't think it needs it, because I think that the visuals tell the story a lot anyway. So I think that you could still get the same type of visuals even if it were a straightforward story about a man being a killer. So I don't think we need the pivot that you're talking about for it necessarily to be, for me to feel the same way about the movie.
Did
that answer your question?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is it necessary for it to work? So if you saw it in order,
I think I would be a lot less interested in the movie if I saw it in order.
Okay, so
I kind of agree. I think the mystery element of it was engaging.
That's what kept me watching.
So yeah, so you said you don't need the twist, but actually you're saying it makes it engaging. So even if you had an inkling of what was going to happen, you want to confirm it. You're not going to go, oh well, I already told her. Then you.
Sure.
You know?
It strikes me more as a flavor thing than anything. You know, presumably there would be some adjustments to the script that would need to be made if you were looking to tell it in order rather than out of order. But either or, I don't think you'd miss out on too much.
Okay, so let's talk about the out of order thing. In any case, was that an irritating thing when you first came across it, or were you just like, oh, that's interesting?
I like it when stories are disjointed, so being able to piece them together, unless it's The Witcher.
You interested. And then they have another fun thing where it has 6 chapters and an epilogue, and then you might pick up sometime through that each chapter is titled after a line that's said by one of the characters.
Yep.
So that had the second thing of like, hey, where's this line going to be? Okay, this one's called Mr. Snuffles. Like, why is this one called Mr. Snuffles?
Yes. Yeah.
It kept me engaged. Exactly that. What it's like, okay, figure it out. This is now a game of the viewer needs to figure out what's going on. Okay, this is why the colors were also a thing for me.
Yeah, so. Chapter titles as clues. Okay. Yeah.
So the
I agree. I was with that as well.
Yeah. So the studio was of different mind completely, and they were actually trying to get it to be 100% chronological order. They did their own. Yeah, they did their own cut of it, and they were trying to go behind the director's back, essentially, since they had final cut in their deal. But the one thing that helped him is the Directors Guild. In their whatever negotiations, you are guaranteed one test screening. So he went so far as to take his name off of it, but JT Molnar. But he did this test screening, and it just went over gangbusters. So Miramax got on board and let him do his weird way of storytelling.
Let it be said that the panel is not always correct.
Why? What mean?
Well, that's what he's saying. So the studio wanted to go behind his back. So the group of people saying, no, this should be this way, we're completely wrong. That's what I'm saying. The panel is not necessarily correct just because the majority says no, we're going to.
And he had a vision, so that's quite cool that he had a vision and he stuck with it. And
they said that it would be more marketable. It would be more, if it's a straightforward story, it would be easier to say this is a cat and mouse game.
Sure, but the cat and mouse game was letting the viewer try and figure out, okay, where are the strings here? Or at least that's what kept me engaged. So I think the studio definitely was off. No wonder this test screening went gangbusters, because this was a movie I was thinking about even days later.
Maybe I should go and rewatch it in order and see what happens.
Yeah, I know. So I haven't watched this one in order like that, but I know they always said Pulp Fiction wouldn't work if you watch it in order. There is this really cool internet version where somebody did cut it in order. It still works. I don't think it would have caught on quite the same, but it's interesting. I think this one would work if it's in order, because having watched it quite a few times now, I know what's going to happen, so I can kind of piece it together in my mind. It still seems to work great, and it would still keep me engaged, but I think they're missing something. That anticipation that it's playing with you, I think that's definitely heightened by the way that they have it in non-linear.
Question, Gray. When you said the pivot, what did you mean? Because I might have thought
so
about
there's a reveal
in this film being different than what you think it is. Because I was meaning that the woman is actually the murderer. The serial,
that happens 40 minutes in where it's revealed. So that's what everyone is saying kind of the big reveal is, and a lot of the criticism I'm seeing is I guess that, and it's I don't think that's the point of this film. It's not like an M. Night Shyamalan one where it's oh my god, it was this the whole time. Instead it's just kind of oh, now you know the context, okay, now you can enjoy the rest of this, and then you can see that other characters are also
when you meant the pivot.
Yeah. So in this, it plays with a lot of your preconceived notions, the way that it titles the character. Definitely. One of them is the lady, one of them is the demon. The way that it shows you those black and white shots, it really plays off your preconceived notions. So once it gives you a little bit of a reveal, then you can see the other characters in here start using their preconceived notions and kind of how that plays out.
But that in
I think
itself
it's a really
is
interesting
a theme.
thing.
That in itself is a theme. So something like that, right? You can talk to me about it, and then I can say, "Oh, I see what you mean," and it makes sense to me thematically, whatever. I didn't really think too much about the theme, preconceived notions, whatever, but I still enjoyed the film. That's kind of what I was talking about in terms of arty films that can still be enjoyed without going all the way into the interpretation. You can still enjoy it on a surface level, and then enjoy it in a deeper level. My husband, on the one hand, he was not interested in it at all, whereas I thought it was quite interesting. I wanted to know. I wanted to carry on watching it. He one of his comments is didn't feel like there was any reason to continue watching. I didn't care about anyone in the film. So there's that. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because remember we spoke about something like The Shawshank Redemption, right? And we were saying something like that is on the top 100 movies you need to watch before you die. And that means even normies must watch Shawshank Redemption and enjoy it. Okay, that's kind of what it's trying to what we're talking about there is that it's an artsy film that actually was enjoyed by the masses. This, on the other hand, might not be in that kind of territory where it's outside, it's niche. That's what I'm thinking it is.
Can I ask you, so Charles also kind of said that he would have trouble recommending this to everyone, like a general audience. I don't know. So there's some elements that they go pretty R, if you will, but I don't know. It's kind of like a cat and mouse game, and it's a thriller. I don't think it's all that much different from a lot of kind of mainstream movies that are out there, with the exception of really fun artistic elements that are kind of added into it. So I don't know. I wouldn't have an issue recommending it to anybody. I'm not saying that Charles hasn't been. He's been doing his part. He's been championing this movie every chance he gets.
He's doing his part. I am doing my part.
I feel like, I wouldn't necessarily want to watch this movie with my mom, but I don't know. I'd be fine recommending it to almost anybody else.
As a thriller, I would say, it actually is a nice thriller killer thingy. For a normie, it's actually fun. You don't even have to go through the artsiness of it and the interpretation and what it means and whatever. It's actually still nice because of the way it's put together. It's still nice in that way, I would say. Oh, shame. Imagine being the filmmaker and hearing someone say your film was nice. It's a nice film.
I mean, that's what we all strive for, right?
Nice is nice.
So it's artsy if you want it to be. But I agree with Gray there that it actually, most people could sit through it, I think, and be interested in it. I mean, the fact, my husband talks cuck because the fact that he watched the whole movie with me is a big deal, okay? Because if he doesn't like a movie, he's not watching it. He's not going to humor me or whatever. If he watches it, that's quite a good thing. It's quite that's a palatable movie. So I'd say while it's artsy, a normie can enjoy it too. So go and watch it.
I do tend to notice things like that, or if I'm watching something that's a little messed up. The last time I remember this, I was watching Lords of Chaos, and it was about 5 or 10 minutes into it. My wife sat down. She's like, "What are you watching?" I'm like, "I don't know if you're gonna like this." She watched the whole thing with me, and it's quite messy.
You're in Culkin, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. My anecdote is I started watching Poor Things with Ali, and it just didn't work out. She was like, we didn't get very far in that movie. We didn't even get to the weirdest things. As far as I got, it was like with the dog chicken, just to show her how.
I was gonna say, did she even see the duck dog?
Yeah, the duck dog or whatever it was. That was it. That's all she saw, and then it was just like, okay, we're gonna watch Inside Out.
It's a challenging film, where I wouldn't say Inside Out.
I wouldn't put her through that. I would
the
not
start
put
of
her
Up is challenging, but I don't know. I wouldn't say like the Pixar ones are necessarily challenging. They're a fun journey to go on, but
but
I think
the
all
point
of
wasn't.
Yorgos are really challenging films. When I first saw Poor Things, it was my least favorite of the year, and now I think it's crept its way to like definitely my top 5 of last year.
I'm just surprised I got through it. It's very interesting.
Kind of gets better with subsequent viewings in a weird way, but yeah.
But I would not put her through it. So Charles was talking about this kind of thing with an artsy film being a bit embarrassing to show someone, basically. That's where I relate to you, was with Poor Things, where I'm just like, and you can see it's just not gelling with your friend, so you're just like, okay, it's fine, we won't watch it then. Cool. So we did watch Inside Out. Okay, so artsy or not? What is not artsy about the film? Is there anything we could say that's not artsy? What's mass produced?
The constant superhero movies, those are mass produced.
No, I'm saying like about this movie. I'm asking you guys if there's anything normie about the movie that
I know, but I use them as a ruler to compare.
As a ruler, yes. Okay. Yeah.
So
the plot's pretty. Oh, sorry. Go right ahead, Hydra. You've shared the least. I'm sorry for talking over you.
If you take, it's all right. It's fine. I'm the least experienced in this area, so that's why, you know. But if you take the nowadays mass-produced superhero movies as a ruler and look at what components match or even are similar between that and the other thing, then it would lead you to at least find some openings into what most likely the people who agree with what we talked about before, definitions, etc., or our point of view, or some of our point of views, because they are not all the same, would agree that it is, you know, artsy, not artsy, mass-produced, etc. So you would, yeah, it's. I don't see any other way than just to use a ruler on. I'm sorry, I'm getting really tired. You can probably tell. It's like almost midnight over here.
So like it's versus like use it as
use something else you already decided is the thing and compare it. That's it. Okay. Sorry, I'm really tired. My apologies.
That's okay. Gray, so you were saying the plot. You're muted in case your dogs were barking.
Sorry about that, dog issues. They ran out of water. I was trying to get them a dish, and yeah, they can suffer. Yeah, so I would say the plot, it's a straightforward thriller. Like, I don't think there's anything fantastical or super artsy about it. You've got a cat and mouse chase, and then, you know, kind of this thriller from there on. I think those elements work as like a straightforward popcorn film, if you will. I think there's just a lot of kind of fantastical I don't know, visual elements that they add to it. I don't think we've even talked. Well, we've touched on the color that they're doing, but in his script, like he has it written that it is a fade to blue as opposed to like a fade to black. And he talked exclusively with the set designer and the costumer and made sure that nobody in this film is wearing any of the, I believe he called them tertiary colors, but no greens, anything like that. Everybody is basically in red or blue. And then there's some yellows thrown throughout there, but man, there is just such control over every aspect of color in every single scene, to the point that the only green you see is just nature, and it is just so vibrant. It just makes the Pacific Northwest look so amazing.
And I did notice that about the film.
There is green in the house that is still natural looking. Like it's not primary color looking. You know what I'm saying?
It's also a wood walls. Looked like a house from the 70s that was never cleaned.
Ever. The hippies were there. Well, the hippie bikers. Okay, so artsy or not, is there anything else anyone can point to that isn't artsy? I think we got lots of artsy in it.
Did we ever circle back to Gray's question about whether or not the movie's feminist or not?
That's what the next question will be.
Okay.
That's the next question, if we're done with artsy or not.
I don't think I have much more to say on whether it's artsy.
Everybody's gone to sleep because Hydra's falling asleep. Yes,
yes, I was the core of the whole thing. As I am the lead on the show, so to speak. I keep everyone in line. If I'm gone, the things just all pour out. You know.
Sorry, I had food in my mouth.
Yeah, okay.
Unforgivable sin. How dare you try to sustain yourself with nutrients, okay?
Actually, before we go over to the feminist or not, okay? In keeping with Gray's criteria, okay, so not for mass appeal. There is still mass appeal in the thriller, in my opinion. The color is not so pretentious that it takes you out of the film as a normie. I don't know. I know that that's artsy of it, but it's not like stop when you watch that. That's what I feel. Like it's Whereas you could watch Poor Things and be like, I get it, you're artsy. I get it. Oh, look at you. That felt look at you. Whereas this, no. Visual symbolism, so we have all of the symbolism there. The commentary on human experience is what I wanted to get to, because now we can say, is it feminist or not? But let's talk about any commentary that you got from it first, because this is not, is it woke, isn't it woke? Shush. No, that's not the whole point is we're talking about it being a commentary on human experience, and as a subject of it would be if there's a feminist message there.
I think there was perfect commentary that you should not try and date people over dating apps. That's what this is about.
Wait, but I don't think they met on a dating app. I got the impression that they met in person, but
I think they had friends
in the
set them
first
up,
scene
didn't
they talked about. I thought they talked about. Oh no, they talked about other people that they dated, and then they brought up Tinder.
Getting digits.
Getting digits, and that's like, oh yeah, oh, do you have an Instagram? Oh, but that's
why would
I'm
he ask for her
old-fashioned.
number if he had a way to contact her through a dating app?
Well, the whole part of that,
Right.
from what I can remember, is that he was saying that it's like I'm a little more old-fashioned than that. So I guess no, they didn't meet on a dating app.
I could have sworn one of them said something about having their friend set them up.
Keep in mind, I only saw this movie once, and it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Oh, we should have had a think last week then.
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, I can put the movie on right now.
Burn.
That'd be nice.
But
I mean, I can do a screenshot every 5 minutes. The car, it's all very red. Anyway,
the interiors match on all the cars. That's fucking legendary.
I didn't even notice that.
Well, hey, as long as we're talking about car colors, I shared a little PowerPoint because I didn't know how else to show Charles these color things. But I know it's hard to see in this, but it's not actually a black truck. It's a deep dark blue. Maybe you can see in this color. I swear to you, it's not black. You could see an actual difference between like the mirrors and the actual color of the paint.
It's a reflection of the sky.
I swear it's not. I tried to grab a clearer picture of it, but it's a very deep blue. There is a distinction between both the black
blue,
of.
You could say.
I think it is the most perfect blue for me. Perhaps you could call it like a dark marine, but it's great. I tried to get a clearer picture, but it was not possible. But I think it sticks with your red and blue thing. But yeah, I think it just adds to what they were trying to do.
I think it's a circumstance.
I know you're doubting me. I'm telling you, it's not the same black. Like if you look at the hood of it versus those mirrors and the bumper, there's a blue on the black.
Unless
it's not just the sky reflecting on it.
What color is the sky?
The sky is blue, and that is the one thing that we didn't mention as well. When it goes, so after the amazing shot of her running and all the titles, it goes up to just the very, very blue sky, and then that's when in red, Strange Darling comes.
Gray, why is
again
the
there's this red
black
blue amazingness?
Because
it's one of those upgraded features that makes your truck look a lot more badass.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm
so
sorry
real
to
quick,
interrupt.
I got the Sky package.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I have to go and get some sleep because I feel my ability to contribute to anything that's happening dropping off the cliff ever since the clock moves past midnight. Okay, I really, I have to go and get some sleep.
When the clock strikes midnight, he turns into a real Hydra.
Yes, and I'm gonna eat all of you. So yeah, I have to go. But I'm pretty sad because I wanted to contribute more to the stream, but I can't because I'm just so goddamn tired. See you guys.
That's okay.
It's okay.
Good night. I'm gonna have a massive sleep. See ya.
You have a good one.
See you, sir.
A round of applause.
What were you raising your hand for?
I'm always raising my hand.
I was actually gonna say that technically, aren't my eyes supposed to see more colors than yours because I'm female? And I saw blue.
Did you just woman-splain me colors?
Yes, I just woman-splained you.
It's hard to argue with that.
Yeah. No, I saw blue. Gray.
The reflection is...
Well, thank you.
Okay.
I wanted to grab more shots, but if I grab that whole scene, I don't want to get the stream taken down just for that. So fair enough. I tried to grab two of them that I thought showed a difference, but I wish we had the cut scene from this that we don't get. There was supposed to be an action piece with the Hood River that unfortunately got cut due to studio interference.
So interestingly enough, gray. So gray could be right here, mainly because even though it's a very blue sky, blue reflecting off of black looks less saturated than blue reflecting off of blue. So
what, I actually, female eyes?
Yeah, sure. I got female eyes.
Okay.
It's just it would look a little less saturated when it's coming from black. So I think gray might actually be right here. Maybe that last shot that he just showed, that you guys showed, leads me to believe that it is a dark blue truck. The first one, though, it could have been black.
The first one could have been black. Okay, well, I see blue. Bring it up again. Let's go. Okay.
Yeah, this is important.
That's blue.
It compared that to the other image real quick.
Yeah,
because that looks like a blue truck to me. The paint looks blue to me. Definitely, I can see the sky reflecting off of it, but just looking at that top line.
WILIs! I was waiting for someone to say that. Shut up.
If it's blue, it's very dark blue. It's not meant to be like pastel or anything like that. It's as close you can get to black.
Charles is bringing receipts.
What color is this now then?
Okay, that's black.
So
that's
if
weird.
you keep letting it play, though, it is the same thing.
But it's
so
under
the green doesn't look as
trees.
vibrant in this one to me.
It's because it's covered by trees. If it's under the light of the sky, which is blue, then you get that reflection. This is
right.
Silly talk.
And this does look like a more muted, muted, less saturated blue from the sky that I'm looking at on the vehicle.
Sure.
All right, we will watch it together.
I'm steel manning your position here. Okay, Charles.
Don't introduce silly argument words.
I'm solidifying what you're saying here.
Don't use dictionary words.
Women evolved to differentiate colors better to discern poisonous berries. That way kids and women didn't die. I mean, just died. It turns out rails dying with massive efforts works. We're cool. Okay, sorry.
So technically, I have two pictures, and Charles just has the one. So
I'll keep going.
Keep going.
Look at my business.
He's just gonna get it like further down the road.
Yeah, we're using the same sequence. That is the main part where it shows it.
Could it be
fair enough
that they used a different color car in each of these cases? Because it's an ambiguous
I don't
color.
think so.
And that's a meaningful thing that they did in the film. It looks like a black pickup and dark blue cabin. Fry's saying it's both. So there you go. You have both work.
Fair enough. And then the only other scene that it shows the truck is where it's at night and it's way too dark to actually show. It definitely looks like a black truck when it's at
inside. It's blue inside.
Can I just say, I just want to be able to buy the blue neon sign because that is the strongest blue from a neon sign I've ever seen in my life.
It is unnatural. Yeah, it's kind of awesome. So Giovanni Ribisi had this like fake head, and I guess he had to work for like weeks to get the blue to kind of cascade the perfect way that it does.
That is so cool looking.
It is
and
gorgeous.
It's literally called Blue Angel.
But the amount of blue is just so amazing. It is all you can see in the shots. In fact, she has a very red wig and it still reads as blue. And then he's got a red checkered shirt and it reads as blue. It is just gorgeous the way that he's able to like fully put that light on there.
That's black.
Look at the reflection showing cobalt on the front quarter panel.
Okay, fine, it's black. It's black.
I don't.
How the hell does that work?
Because the sky is
this
blue.
Is the.
No.
I hear what you're saying, Charles.
What if?
I disagree with you.
Hold on. Hold the phone. What if they just so happen to only have two trucks available? And one is black and one is dark blue.
Well, and then this scene also, again, doing the whole like red-blue thing. Wait, starts with really red breaks that just like take up the entire screen.
Do not use the blue sky. Look at the white hot sun right above the tire. What are the little speckles coming off of that white hot sunlight?
It doesn't feel as saturated like the green in the background. I know you could make a navy come off a lot more black with it.
It could be a pearlescent clear coat over black, but it's still black.
Yeah, I kind of agree here.
This shot makes it look a lot more black.
Oh my
I'm not
gosh.
convinced that it's a black truck in the entire thing, is all I'm saying. The one shot that I see looks very blue as opposed to just the sky shining off of it.
So that looks black, right? But when I look at it in what's it, Discord, I can see it's kind of bluish around here. Yeah.
And that's what I'm wondering, like, is it the way that we're capturing it? And it could be my monitor too is coming off a little bit more blue. But these shots that you have look way more black than the ones that I have, and I'm not touching it at all. It's literally just snipping tool, I think is what they call it.
Yeah.
So the color correction on our monitors is lying to us.
This one
I'm
is
not sure.
Black to me.
Could we not Google the make and model of the car and just find out?
I tried last night during our spoiler stream, and I didn't find it. So I grabbed the 2 screenshots where I was like, no, it looks black, but I swear this is blue. Like,
look, there's more,
I did nothing to treat that. So perhaps they are using 2 different trucks, because that totally looks different than just the reflection of the sky to me.
To me,
where
it does,
the one that you saw where it's parked and we're not seeing the sky reflected on it, that looks black. So
Rosales does say that can
certain.
happen when they oversaturate the movie. That's what he's saying.
And that's what I was saying. Like, the shots aren't the exact same shot. Like, there is definitely a cut between where I'm seeing this blue. So it could be slightly changed. Like, if you look at the trees in the background of this one, they're definitely not as vibrant. They're a lot more cloudy.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. Perhaps this one is treated more blue than the other one, and that's where I'm getting the impression that it's blue.
Is it cloudy because he just like skidded to a stop? And that's
possible.
It is possible.
Because if you look to the left, that's what the color correction is.
Yeah,
like that's more vibrant in real life.
So,
but I have 2 pictures that I think are blue, and I've seen a lot of pictures that look very black to you.
I think it's a white and gold dress.
That's very blue.
That is a blue truck. Undeniable. That is 100%. Not that same.
I agree.
If you'd want to call it like a deep navy or perhaps a marine navy, this is not that same color. I don't know. What would you call that one? It's not exactly royal. It's I don't know. I swear a lot of teams have that color.
Yeah, that seems like sports team blue.
Yeah.
It's Italian blue. Plural.
I'll go it. Italian. Sure.
But if we may move,
it'll make great spaghetti.
If we may move on to that feminist.
No, there's no moving on. I think we should spend 10 more minutes on the what color the truck is. What kind of tires did they use?
Item fuck directly off.
guys, is this blood red though?
That's so good.
Oh man.
And what does this relate to teriology? Just because items here.
You know what, we might as well. The spectrum of the what's the tone?
I think we can all agree that her jacket is purple.
There's 7 tires.
100%.
Okay, so blue is the sense of security.
A false sense of security. Sorry.
False sense of security. Okay. Let me get more blue. What false sense of security is? Yeah, it's because as well here it's because they are supposedly safe with each other, but they aren't. Here is right inside the cab. I mean, that is, see what I mean by this being, it's very artsy. It's like, it's shouting at you, but at the same time, I don't feel like it shouts me off the movie completely. The way that, Poor Things did.
I just love the way it looks. I haven't seen Poor Things, so keep that in mind.
And that's, the thing I will give Joker Folie à Deux is it looks fantastic. If you had it on like in the background, I wouldn't mind watching it, and that's something I would say you could probably. I mean, BMO just said it. It at least looks good. Which, I mean, there's. Would you rather watch this muted or any Zack Snyder film muted? The defense rest you're on.
This one?
Yeah. No, I enjoyed this. it was very. It is. Rosales is right, yeah. Of course, it is in your face with artsy, but even for a normie, it's not like.
I don't mind being penetrated with artsy. To be fair,
if it's big enough,
penetrated hard by an artsy. Yeah.
I don't have. I don't have a code word for artsy.
So you don't have a
penetrated
Mr.
by the
Snuffles?
artist's hand.
Get to the knuckles. Wait, what? I heard two things at once.
Okay, wait. So here we've got some
Get to
more
the
color
wrist.
theory. So do you think that the most significant thing, I suppose, yes, the most artsy thing is the color thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I think it's deliberate in this movie.
Yeah, it's the most noticeable from the beginning.
Yeah. You can watch a movie. You can watch a Marvel movie where people in the crowd are represented by every color, but this is just like black, blue, red. That's really it, with maybe some like brown or slightly supportive colors. But
what?
Go on.
What do you think? Speaking of supportive colors and support, what do you think of the bra? Why is it black?
I have asked the question to everyone as of yesterday.
Because it needs to be taken off. Sorry.
Well,
someone had to say it.
So she's aggressive, and everything she's aggressive with is represented in red. So she's using her sexuality. And
boobs on sexuality. Yeah.
Right. I don't think I don't have an answer for that, because her feet, she's using her feet to run. Prior to that scene, she has a red wig on, and she's trying to use her wits to outsmart the guy. But the bra being black does not make sense to me, and considering how deliberate they've been with every choice they make in this movie, it doesn't. Like I'm
hot take.
Hold on.
Not to get into this discussion again. From here, it looks like a deep burgundy to me, not quite black, and it's just the lighting.
You're talking about the black truck in the background, right?
Very much so.
I don't know. We see that bra, and I don't remember it being.
I don't remember it up close.
It's black.
It's totally
okay.
Usually, I'm a black denier, but in this case,
and even so, it is not red or blue. That is a very important thing. It's not red or blue. The fact that it is, like it's debatable in anything. That's interesting, because we got this
red shoes, like, and they're not like, high heels. They're fucking sneakers. That's a choice. That is a deliberate choice.
So, okay, but the characters in this film, especially the main characters, they are color coded, but not all of all the colors that they wear are the same shade, or even black. Like the main dude, he wears a white shirt, doesn't he? But then he has the red jacket.
Then he wears the red jacket, yeah.
He either has black or red on.
Yeah, so
black
doesn't that...
She wore pink, the scene would be trunks.
Jeez. But I think
more articles of black clothing she puts on, the more injured she does get by the end. So it is kind of an interesting.
She's basically in all black by the end, yeah. I'm
Very
open to that
true.
interpretation. Thank you, Gray.
Man, I really want to talk about that scene, but we'll get there.
Which scene?
The scene where she gets out of the fridge, the freezer.
Oh, I don't know.
And all that happens.
I don't have visual aids for that, I don't think. Oh, when she's
when she gets discovered.
I'll bring that scene up when we get to the feminist talk.
Yeah. I was totally bummed when she lost her red hair.
It is a good
because it was hot. Yeah.
I was just like cracking jokes with my husband, being like, "Listen, I'm losing a lot of hair, so if I ever go bald, I guess that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna carry on with all kinds of crazy ass wigs."
She has a rather full head of blonde hair.
Yeah, that's another thing that he decided to make a joke on. He wants me to go blonde. Fuck.
He also wants you to murder him.
There was a small moment that I thought that the red-haired woman and the woman running were two different people. There was a split second. Yeah.
I had to do a double take. I made sure that I had to look at them closely and be like,
yeah.
But it wasn't too long.
Yeah, wait. Oh, wait. Yeah, that one has no tits too. Okay, so yeah, they're the same person.
Shut up!
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about her.
She's got quite nice. No, I like her boobs. She's got nice boobs.
Oh my gosh.
They joke about it 5 minutes ago, and I re-bring it up, and now I'm the.
No, I think, but the thing is, like you saying she got no
Yeah, how
tits,
dare
like,
you, Charles?
She's got nice ones.
Control
Alice
yourself.
said it first. Come on.
Tits
Nice.
appreciation banner.
Look at him. Thank you.
Here.
I really like them. Where's more?
Sure.
They're one.
Where's more?
Okay, you know what? Here's some
That's
tips
the
for
thing
you.
about
Judge.
Let's
Look at
look
those tits, huh?
Yeah, no, look
Uh-huh.
at
Yeah.
those.
I'm all over it.
Been working on it.
That is some
Mhm.
bada chest.
What is this muscle right here? Because he's got that fucking thing. Fine.
Delts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to fly
Well,
delts.
not only
And
the
some
delts.
triceps.
Yeah.
Your wife is a ranger and you're trying to make her go blonde. Get
What,
out.
Ranga?
What is a
You are
ringer?
Orange hair.
Oh,
Oh.
You guys
mean-
don't know what a
you mean
ranger is.
ginger?
I had no idea that was a term for
Yeah.
red haired
Yeah,
people.
we just call them ginger or solar.
call them
Ginger.
gingers. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That's it's always you know what, language never ceases to amaze me.
Because when I think of ranga, I think of an orangutan.
This is a ranger,
Yeah,
you
that's
see?
That's where it comes from.
That is where
It's-
that comes from. Isn't that insulting?
Yes, it is.
Ooh. Could she be
You
trying
think-
to use her head?
Hmm.
Yes.
What do you mean?
And you
she
know what?
tried to.
That's what I did notice. What I did notice, Charles, which my husband did tell me to keep quiet. But I was going, you see, her hair's red, but it's not the electric red of the other chicks. It's very important that she's got red hair, I'd say.
Well, it's.
She's a woman that's not doing what this one's doing.
I think it's pretty much accepted that all of her decisions end up costing quite a few people.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I fucking love this movie. I'm sorry.
Yes,
I
so she
mean-
refused. Good. She should refuse this silly blondness. What is
blonde
the
hair is
significance
pretty
of the
beige.
patch?
Rosales, 2 minutes in the
Let's see.
hole.
It shows.
No, listen. She does have some danger about her because she is a police officer. She's got some sort of authority.
And they're in an all blue truck.
Mm-hmm. But she's
But
got
also,
the.
it's because she's fundamentally insane with the choices that character made.
That's why I brought it up, BMO, because she does have some ridiculous defenses of things and
Yeah.
cost.
Shut up,
people some lives.
man. I've been doing this longer than you as a woman. Shut up, man. We're not there yet.
I don't have a vagina. Me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look,
Amy
but
Schumer.
it got. Look, I guess we're getting to that point, guys. We have to.
It's that vagina
we have
time
about
of the
an-
show.
Yeah, we have
It's
an
the
hour.
vagina
We have
time.
an hour, so I think we can go for
Yo,
it.
We're garlicking this shit. I don't care if we have to cut the.
No, that's
fun
why we've
talk
got
down.
an hour. No, we've got an hour. So let's go for the vagina.
I've been
Let's
jonesing.
go right for the vagina.
You know what it means when I'm saying let's not talk about vagina, let's garlic. So
Yeah.
that's important.
Why can't you have
Uh,
both?
Only
I
two
guess.
of the three mirrors face the guy.
That's not how it goes.
Rosales.
Dick.
Okay, so wait.
Do you notice that
Okay.
her seatbelt has more slack than his?
Okay, look, I've been waiting all stream to say this, so I'm pulling a
women?
producer and changing the
Uh-huh.
topic.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
This whole film, I could not decide between one of two options. The first option being she is the devil or she is in hell. And the I think that sort of connects to the feminist talk, because I imagine the answer to that question might be connected to whether or not you view this as a feminist film. The point that made me actually think that she's in hell and she isn't actually the devil is was her going in the freezer, because I think that's a reference to Dante's Inferno, where one of the layers of hell are people encased in ice with, you know, their heads sticking out. At the same time, though, I could see if it actually nix that tangent.
I'm
Anyway,
undereducated in.
I'm just
Bible
going to.
stuff.
I'm looking for the screenshot for you.
I don't
I
have
liked
that.
it when she
I don't
got
have
shot
the,
with a shotgun.
Shotgun.
There
I can
are-
present
a
that
lot.
to Kiddo. So if you're looking in the stuff, I don't have a shot of the freezer.
Look, I do have this. She's just ahead. Yeah. Who would leave such a
Thank you,
ahead of
beautiful
the
head
curve?
lift?
But,
I get you.
with regard to the feminist discussion, though, it's interesting to note. I think if you were to ask the character whether or not she was a feminist, she might say yes, and the interactions she has with women in this series would affirm that. But a lot of what I might consider the feminist decisions to be, i.e., the cop foregoing protocol to get her out of the handcuffs, all seem to backfire. So
I would want to push back there. So the female cop doesn't say like, but instead of doing protocol, she says, no, protocol is that we take care of the victim first. So she's also going off of protocol, but she sees the situation differently. He's saying, let's actually figure out what's going on with the situation. And that would be protocol, but she's saying, I know what's going on with the situation. Protocol is we help the victim.
But they don't know that
she doesn't know what the
you're right. You're right.
Hold on,
I just
hold
don't see it as going against protocol. I think she made a judgment and was wrong. I think it's that preconceived notion thing.
Hold.
Right. And I would argue that it is a feminist mindset that brought her to the assumption that she was a victim.
Charles has the talking stick.
There's
Sorry,
also
Charles, speak.
No. There's also the fact that Kyle Gallner's character calls his friend and says,
his buddy.
I don't remember his terminology, but
I think he said I'm in trouble.
Right. So at the very least, in the back of his mind, the male cop has some sort of doubts about the issue because he was called there and his friend said, I'm in trouble.
Was the cop the friend? I was unclear on that.
Yes.
point.
Yes.
Nobody else called
It was definitely? Okay.
Definitely. But like, wouldn't, if it's a call and it's a call to a place, one, that they know that he doesn't live. All right. That is for sure. They know he doesn't live there. They're going out to that place. Why isn't she clued in on that to say, hey, we got a call from my friend saying this person, that he's in trouble, that there is, or something has happened and they need to come out here.
Yeah. As long as you're going along those lines, why wouldn't you say I'm in trouble? I caught the electric lady or something along those
It's
lines.
enough to introduce doubt with the male cop.
But I agree there that actually, if he had brought it up with the woman, then there would be a bit more on par.
But like, why wouldn't he bring it up?
And that
to
is
the
an
woman?
interesting question. Yeah, why would he? Maybe then what he's doing is protecting his mate because it's guy code or whatever.
Dude, don't talk about guy code. You may see blues and blacks, but you don't know guy code, so shut your mouth.
True. You gotta read Deuteronomy in the Bible, okay?
Listen, the inside of the freezer is a one-person hot tub. Yeah. Look at all the different colors we've got here in here. We do have the aquamarine tub. We've got red, green, black. We've got red all over the place. Here, this red with the flowers, red on her shoes, red. There's this kind
red
of orange
all over
thing.
the floor.
Yep, because of his blood,
One
but I've
could say it was
taken
blood,
that out.
yes.
And then his jacket
A lot
as
of
well.
red phones in this one too.
Yes.
God.
Yes. Because if you call the police, it shit, the thought just disappeared from my brain.
Oh no. That doesn't.
But yeah, in the motel office, the lady says, "Let's call the police," and that kind of doesn't end well for her.
Yeah, exactly.
But that phone is red, and then also Ed Begley Jr. is talking about calling the police, and his phone is red. There does seem to be a theme going on there.
They're all in the Batman universe.
So for the panel, I glimpsed past the question. Do you all think she is either A, the devil, or B, in hell?
I don't think either is true.
I think it's a really fun interpretation. I didn't go that far, but I guess I don't usually bring in religious symbolism into like kind of my analysis. It definitely could be, and I'm not as familiar with Dante's Inferno. I read it once, but that was like decades ago.
I don't really. I didn't really consider that to be a religious interpretation, though. I think it was a reference to that informed my decision. But
that maybe this is
to clarify.
Also, with the front loading of him being called the demon, and then she's actually the killer, and all that.
Yeah,
I can see the connections. I just don't personally think that it doesn't feel like a reference to Dante's Inferno if that's the only one. To me, it feels.
I don't think the whole thing. I just think choosing to put the shot of her being in the icebox with her head sticking out is the specific reference that informed my interpretation that I had been struggling with up to that point.
I remember us talking about this when we were watching the film. Yeah, I think if that's the one reference that could be to Dante's Inferno, I feel like there would be more than just the one, because like it's a heavily referential piece of media.
I mean, lots of movies have singular references.
And
that's fair.
Sadly, I don't think anyone's going to confirm it. A couple people have asked like their theories to JT Molnar, and he just said like, I'm not going to answer that interpretation. So I don't think he's going to tell you whether it is or not, but I like your interpretation of it. I'd like to watch it back from that lens.
If you could spin wheels for a second, I have an image that I'd like to hear what.
Nice. Okay, I can spin some wheels for just a minute. Can I ask you guys, did you like the scene where she is in the freezer? Did you like her performance?
I did.
Did
I like that she got shot.
Yeah.
So I guess the studio got back the dailies from the first day, which was when she was in that freezer, and they completely halted production of it. They absolutely hated it. They said nothing that they were doing made any sense. None of it was working. And they actually said the only way that we will start production again is if Willa Fitzgerald is fired, and we need to bring in somebody else as the lead. So because of that, the entire film was delayed for a week, the shooting, and it screwed up their entire schedule. But one part had to be scrapped during that. And there was a car chase that was supposed to happen and then take place in the Hood River. It was supposed to be kind of an action piece. And then that's where we lose both of the cars or whatever.
If they got Amber Heard, would it be 2 on the nose?
Maybe. But
they got
JT Molnar.
You know what? Gordon actually even said, "Oh, she's Amber Heard."
She is. She really is.
He did say that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I've shared an image that when she looks in the rearview mirror at the end, they do a fight club and give you 2 frames of this image.
Nice. I did not freeze frame these at the end. So.
Yeah.
That is a 2-frame shot.
Yeah,
I knew that it gave the swell of music and you get the flash of red, but I wasn't exactly sure what she saw. I do like that it does these kind of subconscious, it kind of gives you what her vision is.
What she sees, yeah.
Yeah, and then she views herself, because she was viewing other people as demons or devils, and that was what was supposedly leading her to want to kill these people because she was afraid of them or whatever. That's kind of how I got it out of the movie. That she was viewing these people as these, and then she didn't view herself.
She sees this when she looks in the mirror. So
exactly.
She's the devil.
But does she see this in the mirror?
So she is the devil.
Yes.
Well,
so she uses demon and devil like interchangeably. So like Kyle Gallner is called the demon, but when she's talking, she says, "I see devils."
But me drinking orange juice after brushing my teeth.
Doesn't she see? She sees herself as the devil at the end, like when she looks in the mirror, in the car mirror, right?
Then it all fades to black and white.
Yes, but then in the motel sort of scene, there is some sort of flash of that, but it's not her looking at herself in the mirror. It's
her looking at him.
Yes, exactly. So that does change throughout the movie. That well, throughout, as in from that part where you've seen the devil. And then for me, when I saw that at the end, I was like, now she's the devil. Like, that was the main thing that slapped me in the face.
So then can I ask, do you see her actions at the end as like an intentional thing? Like, is it like suicide by cop, essentially? Is she, because she saw herself that way, is the very slow draw intentional?
Why did she reach in a second time then?
I thought that was reaching back to like see the wound after she got shot, but
I did go.
She does one of these again, like it's gone. I don't have the thing.
I don't feel like she chose to die then, but she was kind of like running out of steam. It felt like she's kind of coming to this realization, like that she's just she was okay with someone else challenging her at that point. That's how I feel. I don't feel like it was exactly like, yes, kill me, it's the right thing to do.
She didn't exactly try to kill the lady in the truck after that one attempt.
Yeah. She
just like sat there as she was being driven to the hospital, as she knew she was dying, I would assume, at least. I don't know.
And she's just stopped. She's just stopped. Well, anyway, but what was the interpretation for everybody else?
On a literal level. Sorry, go on, Greg.
I was just going to say, I think I'm of the opinion that she saw herself as one, and she's about getting rid of demons, if you will. So I think it's intentional, but it's open to interpretation.
She's fair game. Yeah. That's what I said. I think I actually said the word "she's fair game" now. I think that's as far as I took it.
Well, no, and Strange Darling 2, even Darlinger.
This time, 5 times the budget. Let's do this.
Let's go. And this time, they add yellow as a primary color.
If it did well, seriously, if it did really, really well, we would land up with that.
That's the first scene is
kind of a darling of Fantastic Fest last year. It is people really enjoyed this film, and it got a lot of critical praise, but sadly its release this year didn't get it nearly as much. But you know, the award season is still coming up. Some things are kind of what do you call them, like sleeper hits or whatever. It takes a while for the audience to find them.
It'll be mentioned in the Oscars regardless.
No, it won't.
Why not?
It's too.
It's small, man.
They're not going to pay money to have it be considered.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. That's it. There's all politics and shit behind that.
But
they pay and they send things for consideration.
You have heaven and hell, or not heaven. You have the interpretation with the hell thing. How do you see the end?
So on a literal level, I think she's schizophrenic, and I think I had said something to the effect of, I think if you were to ask her, she would consider herself feminist. So I think I think when men in this world pose some sort of potential danger or triggers something in her, she sees them as demons, and reacts accordingly, as one might expect.
But she exploits social tropes towards, like, why would she pull her underwear down? She's exploiting the gender tropes between women and men.
Okay, yeah, but that in itself can be a fight against it, because it's like, you know what, you created this perception, I'm going to use it against you because
Amber Heard.
That's what
that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, if it were Amber Heard, it would be so on the nose.
Right. So with regard to seeing herself at the end, I mean, it could be that she more or less knows that she's at the end and she has to confront the terrible things that she's done. I don't know if it would. My interpretation was that it was not suicide by cop. That's my gut reaction to it.
I don't feel like she's remorseful by the end, though.
No.
No.
No, 'cause
I agree.
she tries to kill her. She's just too beat up and slow.
Like,
by that point.
she's relentless. The whole movie, I got very frustrated. I'm like, just get out now. I'm done with you. I was actually wondering what Charles would say because I remember it's like I was not liking her. And I was like, oh, Charles told you, Tinsia, that you can't just like her. Not everyone is gonna be someone you like or something.
Kitty, you
Like
can
me.
fix her.
I can fix it. No. She does also. What do we think of her?
She's in the middle of getting shot. She just needed to say Mr. Snuffleupagus.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. But also, did she killed women?
Yeah,
that got in her way. So
At
I
least
was
two.
like, yeah. So I was like, don't
hotel
come in.
woman with the
Yeah.
blue.
Yeah,
Barbara
very,
Hershey
very
as well.
brutally.
I mean,
yeah,
very
yeah.
brutally.
And the lady at the end of the film, that
Yeah.
was locked in the den, and then she comes back. She gets shot.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
sorry.
Barbara Hershey.
Like,
Yeah.
And that's what got me angry at her because I'm like, don't try and act like you're principled.
I don't think she has been acting like she's
Well,
principled.
no, that's acting. Well, don't. I'm just saying the film.
She exploits circumstances.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and
Like
I
Amber
can't make
Heard.
her a feminist hero for that.
I'm with you, Bimo. However many times you want to say Amber Heard, like, yes, totally, 1000%.
So can I ask then? So I have seen criticism of this film saying both that it's misogynist and that it's feminist. If you were to say like the message of this, do you see it as either of those?
If I were to be really uncharitable, I could say that this movie is showing that women will trust other women over men. That's the most uncharitable, like, broad-faced I could get about it. I think there's a lot more to it than that, but I think it's showing, especially near the end of the film.
Are you basing that all just off of the female cop? Because, like, are you factoring in the woman at the end who doesn't trust this woman?
The women immediately go to try and console or try and figure out, whereas a lot of the men in the film are just trying to act. That's what I can remember from the film.
So then how do you explain the woman at the end, the woman in the truck?
So the woman at the end is the difference, honestly. But she actually started with trying to say, okay, you've been hurt and all that, but that would make sense for her character.
Okay, what about Barbara Hershey? So the hippie lady. So they see somebody, they think they know what's going on, but she gets kind of second feelings and then she's able to escape the situation. To me, that's not she immediately went to comfort or console. It takes, Ed Begley Jr. telling her, like, no, let's actually share what little we have with her. Just go get it. But his initial reaction isn't that. It's, hey, we only have a few left.
Hold on. Because I might be remembering that scene from the film wrong. But I probably should have. But I just want to get clarification. When they can see her out the window, banging on the door, going like, "Let me in," is it him or her that is saying, "Let's open the door"?
I think it's him.
So it's Ed Begley Jr. and he says, "Grab the bear spray." So he is telling them to do both, but she's the one that has the weapon. She's the one that is more cautious when they open the door.
Okay.
But they kind of look at each other after Sunday breakfast and say, or in the middle of it.
And man, that was a disgusting Sunday breakfast. I think that leads to the thought that Dorcas was having about like a weird.
You thought this was hell based off of the breakfast?
Like the overindulgence to the point of it being disgusting seemed pretty on the nose.
Oh, I thought it was very important to. What did you think the meaning of that was? Was that like to do with hell? I thought it was
them trying to solve a puzzle and just looking at each other going. I thought that was actually one of the more disturbing parts of the movie. So I don't know.
I found it like
indulgent.
I found it interesting to compare what they were doing for fun versus what this other couple, the one that we found,
we're doing for fun.
What they were doing for fun.
Because
I was like, yeah, exactly. They whatever's going on with them, that's what's exciting them. And these two over here are having the time of their lives with their with their basically cholesterol and puzzles. So it was that's what I saw with it.
I was immediately put off by just the scene of them just staring at each other from across the table, just going like it was just
couple
it's
goals.
just weird to me.
Did anyone because it's at some point my husband said, is that them in the future or something like that?
Wow.
Did that ever
No,
that ever
never
occur
occurred to me. Never occurred to me. Those to me that the only consistency, well, not consistency, but I for a second I thought that he was the same guy from the hotel for a second, and then I was like, no, definitely not.
So you didn't think same guy from the hotel later on?
No, I did not think it was.
You
the guy
actually
from the hotel.
even thought it was the same. Okay.
For a moment, because old dude.
Oh, old dude, the old dude that comes in. Yeah, I also thought the old dude would be the guy at the end. I thought it was that lady. The lady. I thought the lady was the old dude.
Also, about the hotel thing, like she's screaming he has a gun, and then like it's obviously he's like, well, so do I think is what he said, or something of the sort. I was hoping to see a scene where he would go in there and also get shot, but or something of the sort happens.
Yeah, I was expecting
that
something
gets
more to come
completely
of
skipped
that as
over.
well.
Instead, it focuses on the lady running, which I found a little unsatisfactory. But
agreed.
I don't know. Wouldn't that be a bit clunky? So do I. Like,
yeah.
Well, they led it up to like, hey, maybe they're gonna see what the truth of the matter is, or that he's got a gun, but he was also drugged, and then he gets a chance to explain himself. That doesn't happen until he calls someone and says something's happened, and then the end of the movie happens. So,
can I ask you? There is one part that's kind of open to interpretation, and it looks like somebody was bringing it up in chat. They're saying like they're not a couple; it was a hunter hunting her prey. How do you interpret the scene in front of that Blue Angel motel?
They were on a first
do you
date.
think that that's genuine? Yeah, when you first meet both of the characters, do you take it as they're actually like making a genuine connection, or did you see it as this was set up all along and it was just someone hunting?
It seemed like she had only made the decision to go through with killing him after looking at him and then getting the 2-frame cut of a demon. So I don't know. It could have been either.
That's my interpretation, and I guess the actor. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go right ahead, Dorcas.
No, I was going to say I agree. I could see someone interpreting it that way, but I don't think she had planned on harming him until he triggered something in her that caused her to see the demon.
I don't know, because if anything, she was prepared for it. So that's one part.
She's throwing him off the scent, like by asking him, "Are you a serial killer?" I mean, like, it's coming up in her mind, but I think that's another way of being like, "Oh no," like putting you on the defensive. Of course, I'm not. Like, instead of saying like, "Are you?" Most people don't, immediately challenge your question with another question.
It's projection. It's having him take his guard down because like,
I'm scared. Like that?
But I mean, she definitely brought it up, so I could see why somebody would think that she is hunting. She is
November
mentioning
5th,
this whole
David.
Serial killer thing.
Is he doing it on November 5th?
There's a hard copy coming out on November 5th. December 5th, a 4K is coming to the UK. And although JT Molnar has said that he has no knowledge of these releases. So
yeah, he didn't know that it's being made, so I'm assuming that means he didn't get like a director's commentary or anything. But I'm hoping there are special features because I would like to know more about this.
I would genuinely like. I don't know. I'd sell a portion of my soul if I could interview that guy. Just ask him what the fuck.
A deal with the devil, you could say.
Hey, man.
Like
Dude, so Giovanni Ribisi is on this really cool podcast that's called like the Cinematographer's Podcast. So obviously you can see why he's on there. But man, they're getting way less views than you get for your random streams. So there's a possibility.
Get him!
Dude, I'm all Giovanni Ribisi's another one. Fuck either or both, please. Thank you.
Spread the word. It's almost been an hour.
It's been 3 hours.
No, what I'm meaning is
okay. So
just
sorry, I
keeping
guess
in mind-
speed round. So I think we got Dorcas to answer, but I've heard the things that since this is a female empowered and, you know, it's this woman taking power over a whole bunch of things, this is a super woke and feminist film. I've also heard the exact opposite.
No,
that this
I
is super
disagree.
misogynist. It makes every woman in it stupid. It makes everyone
But it doesn't.
more feeling than thinking. And essentially, like, it just takes the agency from a lot of women and it just makes them constantly fail, supposedly.
Hold. So the
Yes.
gripe with the guy with the gun is the male counterpart to the woman at the end with the gun.
Mhm.
Theoretically, he didn't take her at her word. He's just like, yeah, I have a gun. So he wasn't just going to believe all women.
Yeah.
And the guy essentially was saying, listen, if it comes down to it, I can protect at least myself. And at the end,
Okay.
the woman that listen, they don't give that character much room. But if you want to gripe on that, I'm fine with it. But he is more of the, you know, skeptical person, as thin a definition as you can give to it. Much like the woman at the end is a little, I don't know, more aware. And the more I see that movie and the fact that that light blue pickup truck is in the middle,
As opposed to the other blue one.
The light blue, I said, not the dark blue. I'm wondering if they're trying to suggest that she's witnessed some element of that chase.
Yeah, I actually hadn't noticed that until the last viewing, so I don't know. I'd like to look at this with a couple more.
Man, now I need to watch this
definitely
second
Dorcas is
time.
kind of hell.
There is a blue. Let's check that out. So you have the picture in the last.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
so this
Yeah, and
is
it's something
her-
that you definitely don't notice upon the first couple viewings until you're like really looking at the color thing. But Charles pointed this out, and it's I think it's pretty undeniable, unlike the color of the Kyle Gallner's pickup.
No, but this car might be in the. Just
It
look at
is.
this car.
It is.
It's in
Show
the
the one of
underwear
her
shot.
in the
Has to be.
panties.
It's in the underwear shot. Yeah.
Yeah.
There.
There it is. Right to the right side there.
Okay.
Yeah.
The claim that all the women are stupid in the movie just doesn't make sense.
Right.
For sure. Like
I'm
off
Agreed.
the rip, it doesn't make sense. And then it's
so if you were
it's that it's a
to
feminist
hear-
movie doesn't make sense either, because the whole point is that this empowered woman is doing the wrong thing.
Okay,
How
so
is
if you were to
this
hear
empowerment?
the following statement, like, besides this film is so misogynistic, the female characters constantly victimize herself to manipulate people and the people around her to kill them. Among other things, it's a terrible scene where she portrays herself in the false aftermath of grapening. When two
Yes.
police officers show up, a man and a woman, the woman immediately is overcome by her emotions, and the killer
Yes.
refuses to comply with police protocol.
Yes.
Well, the man consistently tells her there's something fishy about it. We don't really know if she's a victim,
because he got
but
the call.
yeah, and then
Well,
it's even more stupid when the film later reveals that everybody has known that there's this woman to be lurking in the area. I think that one's a little weird. I don't think it is ever revealed that
No.
they know, like, based off
No,
of the
it's not
scroll at the
revealed that they
beginning.
know.
It shows that she's kind of been moving from a bunch of different states. So I don't think she's known to be in the Oregon area currently, and they didn't know that she was tied to the hotel room, other than, you know, there's been a murder, but do you know that it's the electric lady? It's just some lady who got stabbed in the motel office.
If you remove the opening crawl, there's no suggestion that,
Exactly.
that people are aware. There's none.
I agree. We become aware of the name of this thing later on, much later on, but it's never shown that, she's known around.
Like,
let's go back. I can even go back to
There's
the
one
opening
more
crawl.
line
This
in
was-
this.
This was her. Sorry.
okay.
Sorry, there's
I have
two
some-
more lines in this kind of vitriolic thing to make their case that it's misogynistic, but sorry. I feel like I'm watching a film that denigrates women by calling them manipulative or idiots incapable of thinking because
no,
their
she
emotions.
is not all women.
Well,
in this
men are the
film
real victims in the end because
No.
they are the ones able to think. It really is not all men, the film.
No,
No,
no, that's
it's
retarded.
It's humans.
I don't
The
know.
film.
So I want to say that in part, because of the reveal and because a lot of, I suppose you could say, the anti-feminist elements coming in at the end, I could understand someone saying something to the effect of the majority of the film presupposes a type of feminist mindset that involves most, if not all, men inherently posing some sort of danger to women. And again, that's in part exacerbated by the fact that they want the victim-victimizer element of the film to be a reveal at a later point. But, and then as this vitriolic comment you've read oh so kindly points out, a lot of the plot elements toward the end of the film, I think, expose the danger of that feminist mindset taken too far. So I could believably see someone saying it's a feminist film and at the same time believe someone saying it's not.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing that it's a feminist movie because the whole point is that she's manipulative and she's the one in the wrong. Like, if it was a feminist
empowered female
point, yeah, empowered because she's a murderer and murdering.
You can totally, if you want to take it as the feminist. Look, what I did is I said, how can I make this feminist? You can totally do that. At the end of the movie, it says, better the devil you know. Okay, so one of the over the top jokes things that I did when I said to my husband is like, yeah, you see, you're so lucky that women are just the way they are, because they would totally, at least not all of us are like this woman over here, because if all of us were just like you, like men, and we used our powers, our sexual powers the way men use their physical strength, then you would all be fucked.
Well, that has a huge implication on how men operate in their daily lives. What the heck, Kitty?
If you wanted to, you could totally say that and point to bits in the movie, and that's it. And that's what also I liked, is that it doesn't. You can do that if you want, but it's not on a certain track. We can argue about it.
If there's anything consistent about her behavior, is that she is a manipulative person and knows that she can maybe manipulate other women into taking her side. That is actually kind of what she didn't know that a woman was going to be entering the place when the police came in.
She tries doing that with the guy with the gun, and he doesn't.
Yeah.
So it's not exclusively women. She just tries to exploit what society's.
And she's a bad girl. She's a bad girl.
She couldn't have known that. I think you just hear the male sheriff's voice first. She
You're
couldn't have known
That's
that a female was going to be involved.
She didn't know that. She didn't know that the female police officer was coming in. So she was just trying to play it off like she was going to be like she was raped. And that doesn't really match up with the narrative in terms of the guy got the call. It still baffles me as to how both of them didn't have a discussion or something of the sort on the way there of, I got a call from my friend who said there's been some trouble and I need you to get here. If this dude was raping this person to death, do you think that he would make that call?
Well,
probably not.
I think that somebody would have radioed in something. Even if they say, okay, this is a victim, we're taking them to get medical treatment. Wouldn't you radio it in or something?
Yeah, I'm just this part really does bother that scene did bother me, mainly because of the somehow like the woman cop immediately was irrational. That's how it felt to me. It didn't make sense that she was immediately going to, this person has been raped, therefore we need to get her out of scene, make sure that she's taken care of. Is that protocol though? Because
I don't think it's irrational though. Like, so
I didn't feel like
sorry, Charles. I didn't feel
what
like
made it irrational was what she was saying to him.
She used her black and white perception of the situation based on the woman handcuffed and having.
Yeah, she absolutely. She could just not comprehend the idea of something else happening.
And much like the movies, bookended by black and white, there's more to things than just the.
And he brings up protocol. He says, protocol is we figure out what happened in this scene. And then she counters back with protocol is we help the victim. So I don't think she's being irrational. I think she just sees it one way and is following protocol as she sees it.
But she's
it didn't
using
feel
that
that way when I
preconceived
was watching the
notion
movie. At
to do
least
it.
I felt like the movie was telling me that bitch is stupid. that's how it felt to me.
Well,
really?
I mean, she does use that line that everyone loves. So
because I have a vagina.
yeah, I think that's Charles's favorite line.
That's up there.
It did make me go ugh out loud.
And it's supposed to. I think it's one of those lines. I think also kind of the talk in the truck where she brings up, he mentions like, I never thought about that, and she's like, yeah, you wouldn't have to because you're a man.
Yes.
People have taken issue with both of those lines, but I think they both make
the look
sense
that
in a
he
way.
gives
I'm seeing
her
it as
when the gun is on his head. Is at his head.
Calls her stupid bitch at that moment. Yeah,
exactly.
When he does call her stupid bitch, I actually did go, wow, Jesus.
Well,
which is hilarious.
How dare you? How dare you be so rude to this woman?
After all of this, I don't know why. It just was like, whoa.
because he ended up knowing better, and now he's going to die for her bravery.
Because this means that men are better than women.
No.
Yeah, I don't feel like the movie is saying that. It's showing you, it's giving us an examination of a commentary on human experience. I don't feel like it's telling you, hey guys, this is what the message is supposed to be.
Well, it's also like an exploration of societal norms. It can be, you know, and
I liked, sorry, as a woman, I liked that they made us uncomfortable, or they made me uncomfortable with this woman pretending to have been harmed.
Well, yeah, it's showing that she's in the wrong.
She's using something that is so like for real.
Where's the
victims.
feminist message?
Oh,
I don't think there's either. Right?
Powerful
it's
woman.
egregious. She's horrible. Actually, that's when I was told to keep quiet because I was like,
sorry.
I fucking hate her.
Great. The misogynistic idea of like the men are the best at everything in this film. I don't see it either. Like, I don't see the feminist message because she's painted as being in the wrong the entire time. And then the whole other thing with it being misogynistic is because the main guy gets nearly tortured to death and drugged and everything, and then he succeeds near the end, but he dies anyway. Like, where is the misogyny?
There's two men in this film that have more than one line, and they both die. So I don't know. Therefore, weak.
So again, I'm not making the argument. I don't see it as either.
I know that you're not making the argument. I'm just trying to attack the position.
Let me give you kind of two more answers on it. So one person said that it's anti-feminist. The woman who, yeah, that one would be a little bit harder to steel man what they're saying. The second one, let me try to clean up some of the language that he's using, but he's saying, like, I don't agree that it's sexist, but there are honest moments where I could see how others feel that way. It reminded me of Brightburn by treating all the female characters like they are mentally deficient, especially the police scene, which was the dumbest shit ever. There was nothing genius or original in it. Oh, sorry, that he's going on to criticize everything else in it. But
wasn't it the mother's
essentially, I think everyone is... From what I see, everybody is referencing that police scene and like 3 or 4 lines that are said during that scene,
and that's
why it's either
the entire movie that way.
I think so.
I don't know. It definitely, like, I did not like that character because she seemingly was like incredibly irrational to me.
Yeah, but do you like Gomez from Breaking Bad? Like that dude also would be really tough to be a partner with because it seems like he's always breaking out that like
from Breaking Bad is.
So he's the other officer, the other sheriff. So he would be the male one in it. It seems like he's always bringing up like, do you know how many years I've been doing this? I was doing this since you were in diapers. That also seems pretty insufferable. I don't think I'd like being partnered with that dude. Sure. He just keeps reminding you how green you are, essentially.
Green, that color isn't represented.
True. It's tertiary.
Ooh. I have one of those fish tanks.
An indigenous woman. I didn't realize what kind of woman it was.
She just looked like a Texan to me.
I was just so happy that she was packing. I was so happy. I was like, yes, let's go. Fuck this woman. Kill her.
I can't wait for the beginning of the second movie. Be there on their way to the hospital, and then a semi hits the truck.
Rosales
she somehow is still alive. Then she starts seeing things as demons. I don't know. Whatever. But no, I don't think that the movie has a feminist message or an anti-feminist message from the overall of the film. It's just woman uses her sexuality to get one over on men. At the end of the movie, you learn that she's a serial killer. That also is tied to, are you a serial killer question in the beginning.
It's a similar message to that of Speak No Evil and perhaps that of Blink Twice.
I don't think I've seen either of those movies, actually. No, I don't.
I was thinking more like, fair enough.
Fair enough. I never
hadn't
heard
thought of the. I hadn't thought of the connection between those two, but that is kind of interesting. I don't know if this
like
is
being polite, gets you in trouble.
You think so? Like politeness is changing this one?
We got a super chat.
That's true. Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan for $1.99 has a question. What's some of your favorite sexual erotic thrillers? Obviously starting with BMO.
I can't name even 2 erotic thrillers, sexual erotic thrillers I've watched.
Can you re-ask the question as if it were multiple choice?
Well, come on. Just think of some of the popular erotic thrillers.
Attraction, Basic Instinct, Sliver,
Eyes Wide Shut.
I have not seen any of these movies.
Grow up, Gone Girl.
Grow up, he says.
Gone Girl.
Gone Girl.
I mean, Gone Girl would have to be there. Would you consider Lolita to be along the lines of those? It's weird, but
okay, I've got one. Sucker Punch. There you go. That's my favorite erotic thriller.
I mean, if you're counting that, would Showgirls count as an erotic thriller?
I haven't seen that. Sorry, it's not my genre.
Can we have Hydra back, please?
I'm just looking at the top 100.
You think he's seen those?
Movies, and I'll see.
At least I expect him to not have seen them.
Single white female?
To think. What is
Songs of
another
the Lambs?
erotic
Greta?
thriller? No.
Like Cinemax movies. Things where like
Skinemax?
Yeah, you don't know.
If we're going to Skinemax.
Dude, there's
if we're talking our favorite porn, I'm not going to say that either.
No, Cinemax. Cinemax, it's not quite porn and not quite a movie.
Spider Babe was pretty good back in the day.
Poison Ivy.
I forgot about Poison Ivy. And then there's Poison Ivy 2. I can't remember which one was Drew Barrymore and which one was Alyssa Milano.
Barrymore's 1,
both great.
Alyssa Milano's 2, and the 4th one is
Donnie Darko's pretty erotic.
I mean,
Cruising Dice.
I mean, one of the first things I remember about Donnie Darko was
I totally forgot about Wild Things.
You haven't seen Wild Things, Bimo?
Wild Things is awesome. I totally forgot.
I couldn't even tell you what Wild Things is.
Oh, come on, man.
Hold on.
You need to get some Matt Dillon in your life.
I have 100% not seen this movie.
What about Challengers? It's kind of similar, but different.
Hard Candy.
If you're going to go... Okay, I love Hard Candy.
Hard Candy.
Really? So that's one that I would say is really artsy as well.
I was going to bring that up. As not a very movie-centric person.
So you're saying Hard Candy is an artsy film?
For me, it really is. There's so much they're doing with the lighting and the color again. In
Love
that
and
one,
Other Drugs. That's one I've seen.
That's not a thriller.
Hey,
you're right. That's a movie I've seen.
Bound. Giddy up, Dice.
No idea what Bound is.
Need to watch Bound.
Okay. Is it a BDSM thriller?
No, it
sounds like it's going to be.
Since when did erotic become BDSM? Jesus, what?
It's called Bound. If it's an erotic sexual thriller and it's called Bound, of course I'm going to think about being tied up.
District 9?
District 9 is not a sexual erotic thriller.
Has anyone
seen
said
District
The Hangover?
You consider
Has
The
anyone
Hangover
said
an
Tropic
erotic
Thunder?
That's a sexual erotic thriller?
Oh, definitely.
So there was one that was
Chappie.
previously mentioned. Like, would you consider Under the Skin to be an erotic thriller?
Sure.
You know, you're
seen
getting
that
a
one.
lot of nudity with that, but
Yeah.
man, is it weird in a great way.
Click by Adam
Ex
Sandler.
Machina.
Hey, I love that movie.
I've actually also never seen Ex Machina.
Simple joke. Ex Machina is pretty cool. I enjoyed it.
Charles, it looks like
Yeah.
you're just gonna have to watch movies with me. Because it's seeing your
It's so
reactions to every time I've not seen a movie from the 80s.
Yeah, BMO is so open to teaching people art.
None of those. I don't think we mentioned one from the 80s, Bima. Wow.
Well, everything's from the 80s when you.
It's old people movies.
Ugh. Ex Machina's from 2015 for the love of fuck.
Talented Mr. Ripley
I
is
think I
kind of
would
erotic.
include Species as an erotic thriller. Charles, would you consider
Yeah,
Species?
Centipede.
Okay.
The Human Centipede? Maybe.
I've
your
seen the
response.
Human Centipede.
I wouldn't consider it
1, 2,
erotic,
and
but it's
3
I-
of the Human
All right,
Centipede.
all right. Can confirm BMO has not seen erotic thrillers. Next.
Okay.
$2.
Have you seen Hard Candy at least, BMO?
Yes. Oh,
No, I have no idea what it even is.
Okay.
Charles, do you hate it? You keep wincing every time she says hard candy.
Maybe it's because
when somebody says erotic
in the
thriller, I think of some sort of attraction to the material. And that
well,
is-
I mean, what's his name?
I think it's just sexual.
Now I'm forgetting his name, but he definitely has an attraction in there. Like he thinks
Yeah.
it's becoming an erotic thriller.
well, then happiness is an erotic.
Happiness,
something?
yes.
A penis. Okay. Yeah, I've never seen Hard Candy.
Is
that's for sure.
irreverent.
I need you guys
it's-
to understand that in 2005, I was a wee child. I wasn't watching rated R movies.
Well,
Good.
it is from a different time. There is a very famous actor in it who was not a famous actor at the time. So, yeah, you
Ellen
might
Page?
hate that film. Yes. It is possibly one of her most lauded performances, as
I
opposed
think
to...
I've heard controversy
You know?
about this role that she was in. So,
Might have been too young for it,
yeah,
but I guess
think I
that's the whole
remember.
point.
I think I remember that.
Very good, Jacob.
But
Yeah. When I think erotic thriller, I think of little 13-year-old me watching Cinemax. Like, ooh, oh, it's time for that scene in Basic Instinct.
Boobs.
Well,
Yeah.
kind of along those lines, then, would you consider Lolita to be an erotic thriller? I think that's like
Right now?
literally what they
No.
categorize it in.
Me at
Okay.
13, maybe? I don't know.
I
Something's
suppose
gotta
the
give.
Basic Instinct.
yeah, I
instinct
was
is supposed
7
to
years
be-
old when Hard Candy came out.
Oh.
Well, you know, there's a bunch of movies, you know, like say Hitchcock or whatever. They were all invented before I was born, but I've seen them.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah,
You've caught up with the Star Wars.
Star Wars is because I grew up with those being played on the TV all the time. So we didn't watch rated R movies on top of not a movie like that because I was growing up in a very religious home.
Skill issue.
I don't
guess.
think I actually saw Eyes Wide Shut because of
Really?
that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
All right. With all due respect and thank you to Tony Chappie, $2 does not warrant 15 minutes.
I think you're being a little bit too generous. It was $1.99. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey,
really,
that extra cent is what got us to talk about it for 10 minutes.
Okay, wait. One thing before we.
well, I guess one final one. Would anyone consider this one an erotic thriller?
Yes.
There's okay.
Very erotic, yes.
This? What movie are we talking about?
This
Sexuality is
show,
used
this episode of Thinkers. No, Strange Darling, sir.
Strange Darling, absolutely.
Is that an erotic thriller? I
Oh.
guess I could call it that. Yeah.
Absolutely,
I
yeah.
can see it.
Thriller,
That is
definitely.
sexy.
That is the element
erotic
that would
because
make it
she's hot,
uncomfortable.
Bemo's
Wow.
seen one.
Okay, so wait, so guys,
So that's the element that would make me uncomfortable to watch it with my mom. Is essentially
Okay.
like the
Oh, okay.
choking scene, if you will. But so I've watched so many like cop procedurals and like murder, whatever. Like that wouldn't be so weird. But I got to be honest, it's that one element, and I think that's why I would kind of consider it like an erotic thriller. But Yeah, I guess I'm not so weird in that classification.
Is speaking of that, before we go into Gartic Phone, speaking of that discomfort, we haven't really spoken too much about it. You guys were really uncomfortable, Bimo and
I was, yeah, mainly because I don't usually watch movies like Strange Darling. For one, it's not my genre that I watched. Like, it's not. But I did go through it, and I was engaged with the movie for a few reasons. One, the main woman is very attractive, and two, the trying to figure out the mystery. Those
Oh
are
no,
the
Kit
main
is red.
reasons. I was seeing you color change, and I'm like, oh no, where is my false sense of security coming up? It's like, am I gonna regret these words?
No.
But yeah, I was definitely drawn into the movie, even though it made me uncomfortable. The gore wasn't what made me uncomfortable. It was the subject matter, I think, that just really got me. Yeah, there's gore in that movie. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the
blood.
The cut thing in the bed.
Cuts, blood, but the subject matter of drugging someone and
Thank you.
all that. So yeah, this is why I didn't really want to see it a second time, because I mean, it was an interesting movie, but it's not one that I necessarily liked.
That's fair, and I appreciate you watching it. I mean, we've talked about the movie for well past its runtime at this point.
Yeah,
I like having discussion. Like, I guess my argument is, if we all watched Night Swim, we wouldn't be talking like this for 2 hours.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I like about
right.
the film.
Right.
Even if I say I just don't necessarily like the movie, but if I were to give it a rating, I would give it easily an 8 out of 10. Just with what it was trying to accomplish, and I think it did very well, because it was in my brain for the next 4 or 5 days afterwards, trying to figure it out.
Did you wear a red wig when it was in your brain?
I wish. So yeah, there's my official rating as the person that is not an movie buff. As you can easily tell, I'm not an erotic thrillers fan.
Yes.
So I have a very valuable opinion on movies.
Well, let's just go to end off. Let's go around to end off your rating. So we got Bimo's 8 out of 10. Erotic thriller, Kitty.
I did not evaluate it on a 1 to 10 scale.
Do it now.
You went more letterbox. You're going
right now.
1 to 5.
I don't know, probably an 8 or a 9. I thought it was fantastically done. It's not the kind of movie I would choose to watch on my own, because I like nicer films that don't make me feel uncomfortable, except at unique times of the climaxes and stuff. Oh God, I shouldn't have said that with this name.
You like films with a happy ending, a climax, if you like.
I like nicer films. I don't like to be made to feel uncomfortable for 2 hours.
So,
but it was excellently done, well executed, and thoughtful, etc.
Right there, what Dorcas just said about this movie. Wants to watch a movie where he feels good. That, I guess, by Dorcas's definition, makes this artsy.
No, I mean, I yes.
There's a difference, like just mass media where it's just like, here, watch this and have a good time. That's not artsy. But if you're watching something and you're not expecting to get this, head turned off, just mind dump for an hour and a half, I would say that perhaps that's artsy, because you're watching it for a different purpose than to feel good.
It's a film, not a movie.
Cinema. Kino.
Well, so after I watched this movie, I wanted a palate cleanser.
It's a film.
Film.
A film.
I watched Penelope.
Penelope.
I went.
Penelope.
Hey, way to go, Charles.
Gray said it first for me.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes.
Sorry.
You feel relatively sad through that, the bulk of that, because you're rooting for her the whole time, and then it all works out at the end. That the sadness that I felt for the character is a different way of feeling, I think, than the made uncomfortable nature of Strange Darling. Like that last scene where she's in Strange Darling, where she's dying in the car, and it doesn't cut away, and it goes on for a long time. That is deliberately to make. And she's looking straight in the camera. What other intention could there be than to make you feel uncomfortable? I don't know. I'm rambling at this point. Suffice it to say, good movie, well executed.
Yeah, give it a number.
He's 8 or 9.
8 or 9.
Nice.
Like Schindler's List is a movie that I have no interest in going back to watch, but it's brilliant. I mean, I can recognize that. It's.
I don't know if I can watch it again.
That's what I'm saying.
I think Requiem for a Dream is one of those for me. It's like I love the journey. I'm glad I went on it, but man, it is tough.
So, as someone who has supporters that like to torture me in exchange for decently viewed videos, I've learned or gained a certain appreciation for things that you don't watch for a good time, but they challenge you. And a lot of these movies that we talked about earlier, Requiem for a Dream, Irreversible, Human Centipede, even fucking Salo, just
Two
like
girls, one cup.
Shut up!
Essentially, I mean, it's close.
Salo is
I've never seen it, and I will never see it.
Okay.
Well,
it's just
if you wanted
it's
a feature
things to
length,
watch for the experience, not for a good time.
I've never watched it, and I'm carrying on with my life.
After watching a Serbian film with this, I don't know, disturbingly challenged mind, I can understand that it has a purpose far more than just freaking you out. And after watching, I'm like, what is wrong with me? I didn't hate the experience, and I understood what they were trying to do. Granted, it was a bit much, but I don't know. I've watched far too many French struggle snuggle movies in the last 3 years to.
Top Gun, erotic thriller, volleyball scene,
especially that volleyball scene. Yes.
Oh, my score out of 10 for Strange Darling is a 9 out of 10.
Wow.
Nice.
I'm also gonna go 8, like BMO. I really I was primed to look for the meaning in it, but I think either way, whether I was watching it with film nerds or not, I enjoyed it.
Yes.
So, I was glad that because having a film recommended by Charles to me is it doesn't necessarily mean I'm gonna I went and not that Charles recommended Poor Things, but it was like, here is an artsy movie, and I don't know, I'm a normie, so I don't know if I'm gonna enjoy it, and I enjoyed this artsy movie.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah, so I guess I will be the odd one out and give it the higher score. It's one of my favorite films of the year. It oscillates between 1 and 2 for me. It kind of depends, I guess, which one I've seen most recently, but this and The Substance.
1 and 2 as in for the year. Yeah,
of the year. Sorry, yeah, of like my favorite film that I've seen. And yeah, I've seen way too many films this year, but between this and The Substance, just, man, the performances are just amazing. And I feel like The Substance is going to get recognized more, which is good. I mean, it is a bigger film, but man, what they're doing visually is also just like amazing. So I think since they're getting a little bit more love, I'm probably putting Strange Darling up above that. But yeah, I'd totally give it a 9.5. There's a couple of little things in it that I think could be done better, especially, when the police pick up the woman. It seems like you should be radioing that in, or at least make a line of, we're doing this off radar or something because he called us in special. We're not doing this on the books. I don't know, something along those lines. Otherwise, I feel like there is a bit of a plot hole there because there should be somebody aware of it. But other than that, I find this damn near flawless to me. We didn't even talk about the music, but I love the score and the soundtrack and the way that they kind of play together. Zeeberg did this amazing, haunting soundtrack to the entire thing that just, it's so amazing. Like the director reached out to her and tried to get just one song that she was doing from her last album. She's like, no, let me just give you an entire soundtrack. And it is haunting. I absolutely love this, including the what is the love song or whatever, Love Hurts, that they do in the beginning.
Yes,
just it feels like that one's overused, but I love its use in this one. And then the actual score, now I can't remember the dude's first name, but De Leon is his last name. Oh man, that dude is amazing at what he did with this crazy textural element. It's especially seen in the Gallner scenes where it's kind of going the chase off of his perspective, but it's this almost Mick Gordon Doom inspired, just kind of ethereal, but kind of heavy guitar sound. It's almost like proto-gent, but it just, man, to me, it really revs up my engine, and I'm really digging it and the kind of inspiration it's coming from. But the other criticism I've heard is the other than the songs in it, it's just noise. So some people might not appreciate it, but I really dug it.
Good noise.
It is towards the noise section, but it's kind of awesome. I love the combination of kind of guitars and synth at the same time. It just makes this fat wall of noise that just I love it.
Fat walls of noise.
The Apprentice, on the other hand, that is just noise.
The Celebrity Apprentice.
There's a celebrity involved.
You're fired.
Well, that has been thinking on film. Gartic Phone.
Yeah.
Time.
Let's go.
Bimo is
I told you
going-
results using the metric system.
Yeah. Bimo's going to grace us with a link. I'll join once it's in the chat because I'm using my iPad.
Yeah.
Nice.
To live viewers, you're going to really witness why I get envious of this experience. Although I will say that there's lore on my weekend streams.
Oh, you've got lore now, huh?
Somehow xenomorphs are always a part of my Garlic phones.
So what you're saying is
Why
we
you
should
had-
bring up our lore so we can intermingle it with yours.
Yes,
Oh, no, it's somehow
snails.
Somehow me in a
The
blue
hat.
hat has just transcended all.
Let's see what happens
You
if
sure
you
it's
mix.
a blue hat? It's not just the sky reflecting off of.
It's a black hat, Gray. The sun was.
Oh, this is the definite. Okay, Item, are you better join us, Item?
Okay, so I'm
It's
putting
darling
it
there
in the
because-
private chat first and getting you guys in here.
Rosales, please art with us because you also know some of the lore.
Yes, Rosales, please. You showed actually Kitty and I that you are a quite adept artist, just really quickly making an amazing little thing.
Rosales
And
is
when you joined us on
super
stream the other
talented.
day.
He's literally an artist. But yeah, no.
Yeah, have
As
you
opposed to me
not seen his
figuratively
comics
being
or
interested.
cartoons? His
Yes,
animations
I've
are
seen his
awesome.
comics.
Dynamo,
Yeah.
dynamo. Sorry.
I've kept his just the little pearls of wisdom
Oh.
that is like,
Hold on.
oh, we like this line, we could
Wait.
leave that and make another layer, things like that. I'm gonna draw a
Okay.
murdery woman.
So we've only
Okay.
got 2 other people in here. I need you
Oh,
guys
now-
to join before I can share it to the rest of the unwatched masses.
Like I said, I'm joining after putting it in the general chat.
Okay, so
So
I'm
Okay,
curious.
so Dorcas has joined.
has everybody joined other than me?
I guess I can share my screen.
How?
Yeah, looks like all we're missing is you, Kitty.
Cool. Then I put it in the chat. I don't know if that goes to Charles's channel as well.
That's an iPhone, yes.
Kid, it looks like she's
Whatever.
got an Apple Pencil.
It
Oh,
is an Apple
Apple.
Pencil.
Yeah, see? Hey, samesies.
Cheaters.
How are you able to use Gartic on an iPad?
I go on Safari.
Oh,
You
Safari.
put in that link thing.
Yep. Yep. What? What are you watching?
It's playing an
It's an
ad.
advertisement.
I'm watching
Come on,
Strange
you don't get
Charlie
ads?
while we're playing. No, because I have all the ad blocks.
So there, I'm in. iKitty is me.
Okay, sweet.
Does
So we've still got
Charles?
plenty more room,
Does your
guys.
audience have the link?
Yeah.
Let's get some of your unwashed masses to join.
That's what
I think he's trying to ip it, though. He's busy.
Hey,
No, I'm not trying to
bonjour.
iPad it.
Rick Doller.
Nice.
That's a good
Should I
one.
drop the link in the in your chat?
Already done. Already done.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Bye, PD. PDU. Bye.
PDU. P to you. See, that's what I'm saying. Strange Darling 2, and they add yellow as another primary color that like is giving you a message. And the first
Yellow and
scene
green.
is a dude pissing into a toilet.
Nice.
I'm saying it right now. I'm being a prophet.
I don't want a sequel.
I don't think it needs a
Yeah.
sequel, just like Joker.
Oh.
I thought that until I saw the
That's
second
great.
one, and now I love it.
Now you love
Expect
it.
a video soon.
You're the only person I've heard that has like.
There's
this.
like 4 of us. Charles's buddy Brian also liked it,
That's not a good
and then
thing, Greg.
our mutual
You don't wanna use
acquaintance,
Brian
his
as
friend,
your-
my acquaintance Rudy, also likes it. So
I mean,
yeah,
it
what
seemed
can I
like
say?
did Lindsay watch the movie? Because I was seeing you guys talk about it, and it seemed like Lindsay was more on the side of this movie is okay.
No, Lindsay hated it.
Oh, okay. Then I completely misinterpreted.
I was the
that.
only one there who doesn't hate this thing, and I think you guys are all being a little bit too rough on it.
No, it's
That's for
woke
another
and
time.
disgusting.
All right.
Okay.
Kitty, go ahead.
Well, be
Go
my.
ahead.
Oh wait, can I add more players? Oh my gosh.
But nobody's joined. Oh, that
We got one.
is. That is.
DK.
Is that Taffy?
Oh, die cats. Excuse me.
I don't even see Taffy in our cheat.
Hard to see, but I welcome them.
It's an
Okay.
unicorn.
Or is that Stiff Kitten's reviews?
It probably is.
Okay. So should we get started then?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. Do we just want to do normal, or do we want to do some other stuff?
Normal. Let's
I'll
bring
go
it back to
Normal. Okay. So we're starting then.
Old school normal.
Oh, I didn't turn off the sound. Oh no.
Let's see.
Sorry, I didn't mute my mic when I moved it, and it
There we
made a
go.
weird dong noise.
Mine's a really easy starter.
Yeah, mine is not. Okay, half your time is gone. Come up with a sentence quickly.
Where's the feeding the ducks? That's what we need to hear.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's what
Thank
feels
you.
wrong.
You gotta feed the ducks, guys.
Oh.
Okay. Oh.
I love whoever did this. Yes.
Okay, so we've got. I'm gonna go like this. Okay, and I'll have this. Okay.
Oh gosh, I don't like this new drawing tablet.
What?
You
You got a
just gotta get
tablet as
used to
well?
it.
Everyone's cheating but me? Am I the only one who cares about the rules?
Right, you're in a true.
You're the odd one out.
I'm not.
Oh.
I'm not rocking the iPad. Just for the record.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
but you-
Sorry. There was
But you
talk
have
of it.
the
My bad.
iPencil.
Well, about a third of your time is gone. Good luck.
Mhm. And then this.
What is this?
Life.
That's why I don't
What?
like it. I gotcha.
Oh my gosh, this is an exquisite corpse so far.
Wait, we're
I don't think
doing
we're playing that game.
Wait, what?
No, we're not.
An
We're not.
exquisite corpse, is it?
No,
Nope,
we're not.
I'm just terrible at art right now, guys. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Has Crawling Chaos never seen Gartic?
I don't know. Crawling, unless you haven't been in weekend streams in the last couple of months, this is probably new to you.
Okay, I guess I'm just gonna say that's done.
Maybe Chaos
Oh my
just doesn't know
gosh.
what he's
I
drawing.
look at the shoulders and I'm like, where is the collarbone?
I'm so
Mom,
sorry,
messed up.
Charles.
Oh no!
Oh no. Okay. Let's see. Thank you, Crawling Chaos. Yes, it was an angry Teletubby.
And you have about half your time remaining. Guess good.
I'm wondering if I got your apology there.
Feed them.
Oh no.
Wow! I love this.
Mm-hmm. Like a monster, this dude is eating a taco from the top.
What?
Do you guys eat your tacos sideways or from the top?
Sideways.
From the
As
top.
you should. Oh my gosh, Dorcas, you're a monster. You're just like, I need a salad before I eat the rest of this.
Bottom's the best part. Wait.
Just like the women. Wait, what?
Bum.
Mm-hmm.
Almost out of time, friends.
Great. Slacking.
Oh gosh. Running out.
Damn it. I've been giving updates all along. I was just muted.
Oh, lies.
You got about a quarter of your time remaining.
Thanks for nothing.
Ooh, yeah.
There we go.
Oh, terrible.
What the hell am I looking at?
Oh my gosh, this is great. Jeez, Charles, you can't just say that something is whack.
Oh.
Oh, actually, I want to see the Crooked Man Hellboy, honestly.
I saw it. I'd be interested in somebody else's kind of opinion on that one. It's weird.
Is it weird? Because I'm a fan of the comic. I think it's one of the best Hellboy comics.
So it's closer to the comics, but it doesn't have that Guillermo del Toro just like amazingness to it. Like it doesn't have that feel in a certain way, and it's small. Like you never get to see the base or anything like that. You just kind of start on the mission and kind of end on the mission. It feels a lot less big a world than the other ones, but the story is pretty good.
Okay.
About half your time's remaining. You probably want to hurry up at this point.
Don't tell me what to do.
Okay. And about a third of your time remains. Hopefully you're doing better than me.
Oh, shit. Edit. Oopsie.
Go.
I feel like we're just doing one joke this
There we go.
whole time.
Yeah, if I'm going on how many times I've seen myself.
There's no such way.
Sorry, Charles.
What?
Um.
I mean, maybe it's our fault. We did spend like 30 minutes on it. My bad. I didn't need to make a PowerPoint.
There we go.
So is King Kong an erotic thriller?
Ooh. From the monkey's perspective, yes.
What?
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 Okay, do I have time? I don't, but we'll see how this goes.
Well, speaking of time, you have about a sixth of it gone.
Ah!
No, this
About a third of your time is gone.
Oh dear. This is not going to be interpreted the way I hoped it would.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
I don't know what the hell I'm doing now.
Ah.
You're doing Gartic Phone. Oh, right. There's a second element I'm supposed to draw with this. Hey, if you're like me, finish up the rest of it in a third of your time.
If you're like me, do better.
If you're like me, I'm sorry.
This is not working.
Yeah, this is about as far as I'm going with this. I'm not going further.
Sorry about that. That's Huckleberry. He says hi.
Huckleberry.
Hi. I know what that is.
Just, I got nothing. Alrighty. So
I
what's
was
the-
nothing. I I snuck a peek at what you had there right before it switched, and I'm so excited.
All right, are we ready?
Yeah.
In Diesel.
That's all.
How many Charles is
Sorry,
doing
Charles.
Why
this?
didn't the start button? There we go.
Strange,
many.
darling.
Oh.
A strange darling.
Nice.
Oh, that's cool.
He got that from the first 10 minutes.
Blonde-haired red girl with a smoking gun. PNES.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I can still
Red
see it.
She-Hulk Rambo.
Oh.
Oh.
A gun? Gun?
I mean, Rambo.
Mrs. Rambo.
Mrs. Rambo.
Okay.
I like it.
Awesome. I love it.
Kept the red.
Hey, yeah. The gun managed the whole way too.
Yeah. Mine was not
Crooked Man is
complicated.
as close to the comic as you're gonna get. Well, there's being faithful to the comic, and then there's making a good movie. So,
The
is it a
MO
good movie? is
avoiding
the
movies
question.
of quality.
Oh, fuck you, Gray.
Someone loves movies of quality.
Oops.
Yeah. Empty.
Oh no! That's disconnection usually.
Oh.
Charles describes his favorite erotic
Charles!
thriller.
Inception.
I mean, he does like that movie.
I'm gonna be real. Every single prompt I got was revolving around you, Charles.
Yeah, somehow you turned into me.
CeePo's hat is actually black when in the sun.
Oh. I did it to
Okay,
myself
okay.
too.
You did it
Not
to
blue.
yourself, sir?
Charles insists it's not blue.
We need like the Seinfeld theme
But that's what really
just
was.
for this. That's so good, Rosales.
Charles wants to think blue is black.
Oh, come on. Where's the rest of it? Where's the rest of it? What?
Yeah, there was lots more.
There we
Charles
go.
pondering the true nature of his hat color.
Ah!
It skipped one.
Perfect.
It skipped one. There we go. I like this. I like the face. Honestly, that's a really good face.
It is.
Agreed.
All right. Next one.
The MO scared of erotic thriller.
They
You
just
turned
scared
into me
yeah.
somehow?
I see how this goes.
Oh,
What
it
is
does
this?
get turned into you.
BMO versus violent boobs.
Oh.
How does this get turned into Charles
Oh.
later?
I think because that looks like the hat.
Charles is attempting to fight the violent boober.
Bye. That's the end. That's the end of it being you, Bimo.
Yeah, sorry, that was me. I'm the one who put it into Charles.
CeePo picks a fight with chested women.
This freaking this
Another big
travesty.
chested.
That travesty of art.
Kind of love it.
I hope someone's saving these because I'm not saving them.
Oh shit, we need to save that one. I'm not. Yes. Dorcas, you're gonna have to save it.
Must I?
Yes!
Okay.
Charles punching boobs in 4K. We definitely need that one. I especially like, fight me, booba!
Yeah, that's pretty good. I just love how you were turned into a Dilbert character. Oh, it's so good. All right,
So that's
next.
twice now. Bimo's turned into me.
Yeah,
I mean,
yep.
we all
We're just the
tried
same
to.
person.
Apparently.
Murder is for women too.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yay,
When did I
Rosal
say
is
that
such a
one?
feminist.
Progressive.
Woke
That's supposed to be a check mark, by the way.
What is that?
Oh.
He's awake, thrilling.
CeePo is being screamed at for woke reasons.
Okay. I like the blue though.
Charles too polite when
Yay.
confronted with blue hair feminist.
Yeah,
Always.
I am woman.
Dude, I love the red shoes. That's the
I love
danger.
that he's like going like
Well.
this. This is what I'm feeling. He created you.
All right, I'll hear her out.
Charles,
is he like
he admitted
this?
that he loves the red boots. So
Is he like this? Is he folding his hands like this, or is he going like this?
he's being a little bashful right now.
So he's doing this.
Okay, let's see here.
Blue truck versus black truck.
Sorry.
Ah, that's the one I saw. Okay.
I'm also black.
A blue but not blue but also black truck.
Love it.
Oh, he is wearing the
Is
red
the truck
kicks.
black or blue?
Charles is a blue denier.
I'm on black.
There's a theme.
You're wearing blue blocking glasses. You can't even see it.
That's the reason.
That could
We
explain
figured
it.
out.
Yeah, the blue blockers. Seems so obvious now.
A giant eyeball who eats tacos.
Oh, I got this earlier.
Tacos.
I did.
Oh, that's great. I love that.
I'm sorry.
A cyclops eating a taco.
There
It
was
seems-
no taco.
How does this turn into me now? Oh, that's
I've
cool.
never got any
That's great.
taco.
A cyclops eating a taco. I cheated.
Okay.
Oh. Cheat.
I didn't even think I didn't even see this.
Dorcas cheats by using ta.
Wow.
What?
What's going on?
I assume Ta was tablet.
Yes.
Nope, just the taco.
Oh.
That's really
Well
funny.
done.
Right.
Sex crazed Pornhub Charles.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Thanks.
Oh.
All right. Well.
Room hub? No.
CeePo holds some porn.
Holds. Holds holding it for a friend.
It's just the sky.
Charles explains why his shirt only seems blue.
How did porn turn into this?
Hey, the porn was there.
Charles
You were
is in
holding a
color
magazine.
denial.
Again.
What an existential image here. This is
I love it.
fantastic. All right, we kind keep
So
going.
Charles, what's your thought on the film The Giver?
I am not familiar.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different. It's the thing where no one sees in color except the one
Yeah.
person.
It's artsy. Okay, one more turn.
One more turn. All right. And just regular normal again?
Yeah.
Yeah, regular normal.
But nobody
Regular
do the truck thing.
normal.
Yeah, no more me.
Oh god, I got kicked out.
What?
Oh no.
It's okay.
Okay.
It'll be fun to watch.
There we go.
Don't put me in a lobby all by myself. Fuck you, guy.
Wait, you can't join us?
No, it's fun.
Oh no.
We're gonna have.
Wait.
Might as well stop. Redo it because we only just started.
No, just go. Just go.
It's gonna have 5 voids when your turn comes up.
No, it won't have me at all.
Is there a way to stop it?
And usually,
Not really.
If it's if there's a disconnection in between, it just goes to the next person.
Oh.
Okay, so we're gonna go like this. And like
What's happening?
this.
Here's my logo.
New round, I guess.
Wait,
Are we doing are we gonna keep up with the new round?
No, just keep going with this round, boys. Please.
Okay.
You've also been kicked off the island, guys.
Huh? Yeah, Dice left
Aw.
before.
No dick roller?
Kick Kitty, more like kick it. Nice item. Sorry, I only saw that now.
And you've got about half your time remaining by the time my sentence is done, which didn't end yet. Yeah, nailish.
Wow, Bimo.
I'm trying.
But Bimo,
I'm
you
trying.
have to do the costume now, though.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So now what I can do is I can go like this, and I can go. There we go.
Ah, that's brilliant.
And then I just gotta make sure I fill in the rest.
Yeah. I love it.
Oh, I forgot to finish the hand. Okay, that's good enough. Go boop, boop, boop. No time for cleanup. And then
You're
because
missing...
I can't see it, I
oh
have
my
to
God,
put
come
the,
on.
you know.
I'm at the bottom.
Oh yeah.
God.
Perfect.
You know the fill tool is a thing.
We're good. I don't want to hear it from you. You're not even playing.
Well, the full tool is a thing.
There you go. This makes me think of not what the prompt is. I should have put
Look,
I should have put a blue truck. Oh, that looks great.
Yeah, you're gonna have to say that looks great, especially this HD image I'm showing you. Interesting. Welcome to Panic Art, the game. That's exactly what it is. Awesome! That's really good.
That's so good, Item. Okay. Oh, cool.
Ooh.
Oh no.
So I've got to do what specifically, you know, it's is that the brighter one or the darker one?
That's the brighter one.
I'm going crazy.
Okay, yeah. The darker one's at the top.
This is my problem, Kitty.
Oh. Don't worry, I'll use my female gaze for you, my female.
Your female gaze. There we go. You know what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there we go. Boop. Perfect.
Yeah.
Because this is exactly how it goes. And then in blue, I'll put good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Redoing that. I can. There we go. Cool. We're good. Needs the
about
one
half your time left.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Are you using your mouse?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
I'm just trying to be accurate to the visage. Okay. I think I did it. It fine.
I love it.
Actually, I got some time, so how about
I think that's got to be an emote on the subject channel.
Ooh, that's an idea.
Obviously, if you're given enough time, you just fill in the curves and stuff.
For sure. It looks a little bit like a shamrock now. Is that maybe a black poppet under a green sky? All right.
Oh.
Whoa.
Huh.
The There we go. Oh. I've got no clue what this could mean.
I don't know. If Artem was playing, I would.
Oh no!
It was Artem.
Where is?
So
Where is
I've been working
Andrew?
with perspective here. I've been doing some perspective work, so I'm just gonna do a little bit.
Oh, I saw that Clip Studio had perspective thingies that you could use. You could do.
If you know how to use them, they're useful. I don't know how to use them very well. So that's what YouTube is for.
Remember, you don't have to color in.
But only a third of your, more like a third of your time has gone. So you still got time. Color in if you must. Hey,
why is Charles
it's the man?
center?
I just thought we'd do that.
I'm glad that you're having fun, Kitty, even though you're not playing.
I'm having a great time. Here you go. Yeah, it's for me and you, Artem. You've. I'm not going to say anything. Oh no! Oh no!
What do you think I'm doing?
Oh no!
Come on, I got seconds. There we go. Good enough.
You've got a few seconds, actually.
I have more seconds than I thought I did, but this is staying the way it is.
Oh gosh, I ran out of time on my masterpiece.
I had to make it clear. I had to make it clear the context in which my image was working, okay?
Okay.
Is it a political message?
Pokemon allegations.
Wow.
Speaking of political. Yeah, that's totally why I
Pikachu calling a Pokemon with guns a copycat.
I love it.
I love that.
Pikachu Ball accuses Pokeball with two guns of being copycat.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Why is the
close
ball
enough.
brown?
I think
It's the copycat ball.
Yeah.
made it by mistake.
It's just under a brown
it's a
sky.
copycat, yeah.
All Pokeballs are.
It's under a brown sky.
A bluebird on the red carpet.
Oh.
Is this where this came from?
Yes.
This has to be. It must
Twitter
be.
obsesses over the border wall.
Yes! Oh no. I'm gonna get in trouble.
Twitter
for
built
this
a
one.
wall to Mexico.
You
Twitter
see,
built a
Rosales
wall.
said, see what Rosales said? I didn't correct you. But,
Except food.
no, but you see that he
Oh,
said
that's the part
built
that he had
a
to add.
wall. He said built a wall to Mexico. Do you see two? You got it wrong, Bimo.
Hey, I see an opening right here,
No,
okay?
no, you didn't. It doesn't communicate to.
It was a
You're right.
Rorschach
I'm
test.
sorry.
You
My
failed,
Gartic,
Dino.
my
Xenomorph
Gartic
and
phone didn't
Strange
work.
Darling.
Oh, my bad.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Alien from Alien runs away in red panties and boots.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
I love it, Rosales.
Alien Darling.
Please save it. Please save it.
So I just got Alien Darley. So
Okay, that's
Somebody
worth
save that.
saving.
That's glory. The blue alien.
That was a sad Pokeball.
The blue is false security.
I just gotta say, Rosales, that is fantastic.
So good.
Like, so much better than mine. That looks awful.
The red pen.
The way it's running is perfect. I forgot the tail too.
That was
Mine
awesome.
looks. You see,
But you got-
like when I see this looks great.
What is this?
This
thing?
looks like blackface.
That's how it runs. He runs like a girl.
Runs daintily.
But Rosales,
Oh,
you
it is
guys
the
missed
queen.
the joke that Rosales made about the early one.
That is
Sad Pokeball, because
That's the
Pokeballs
winner.
are brown now. Anyway.
Awful.
Evil grey and good grey in a western.
Oh.
Okay.
Love it.
Nice.
Oh, that's
Grey
cool.
finds internet imposter and it ends violently.
It didn't end.
That's what that
Oh.
is. Okay.
Whoa, okay.
The gray
I
square
mean, it's
is
gray.
accused of fraud. Shocking.
Doesn't know how to run in a cash freeze. Hey, it works.
It's great.
Yeah.
That's so good.
It is a showdown of sorts. I like it.
This isn't about Charles or BMO. Gray and new jar.
What?
What?
Look! No!
Green poopet.
Oh.
Oh, this was not what I
The car
got.
is new.
Green poop looking pretty good.
That's
I'll
great.
say. Oh.
Oh.
I
Oh no.
Perfect.
I did not get that it was Grey Poupée. I'm so sorry, Gray.
What
That
are,
is
what's
so
in its
good.
hand?
It's supposed
I
to
don't
be a
know.
mirror. He's supposed to be looking at
Oh,
himself.
that makes more sense. I just thought he was like Pizza the
And
Hutting himself,
butterfly
but
singing.
fair enough.
Oh.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I've ruined
I'm
it.
so thin.
I've ruined this.
A butterfly complains about being thin.
Oh no.
Oh no, it's not
No.
complaining, it's singing.
No.
Time to
no.
live.
Time to
Let's
live.
go.
No.
Butterfly has bulimia, then works out.
Bulimia.
Oh,
Okay, that's a perfect note to end on.
It's really colorful. I like
Very
your artwork, Rosales.
Wow. I felt really terrible until I saw that image. And I'm not the worst person in this.
Too fast.
Faye.
Oh my gosh.
A fucking buffet.
That's awful.
Priceless.
That's awful.
Wait, is that the then you just didn't have time for the weights? So it's just like there's a dumbbell over there.
There's a dumbbell in the corner.
Yeah, it works. And, with
Okay.
the, and on that bulimic butterfly, good night, everybody.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, everybody. That was amazing, as usual.
Too fat. Blech.
And is it saved? Have you saved
Relatable.
it? Because I want all of Rosales' drawings.
I saved the last couple.
Yeah.
Let me
Actually,
go
also,
back.
also Charles's ones were actually really good too.
Which one did what?
Some of yours. are
That's
really
pretty
fun.
great, Charles.
All right, I have saved them.
What's
Ah, the beauty of nature. Yes. Right. Oh,
the effeminate xenomorph is
oh, that was the best.
I'm running.
Yeah, it's really good.
That's what Rosales thinks of her running. He thinks that she's going like this.
Red panties. I'm running.
That's so good.
I think it's really funny when men say the word panties.
Slay.
Panties.
DT.
Slay queen.
Wow.
Dude, like it made mine look like a racist stereotype.
Well, Artem's joke made you look like a racist stereotype because of what he said. Undercover brother. Yes, see.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
I shouldn't have used black.
Well, Anyway, what's everybody doing? What's happening on your channels, etc.? I mean, well, other than, I mean, you're already on the Charles's channel. Everybody knows what's happening on Charles's channel.
Only 16 more videos covering Strange Darling on my channel.
Okay. Is that a promise?
Almost halfway there.
Okay.
But yeah, I have one more movie to watch before I go into the editing tank for the next 2 weeks. So content might be a little skimpy.
Okay. Well, you'll be here next week, though,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And I might do some like weekend live shit. It just content is going to be produced. Content's going to be a little short during 2 weeks.
Sweet, Gray. You're Gray. I was expecting a video from you on Joker 2.
March 13th.
Yeah, Folie à Deux. So yeah, you know, just after that Acolyte video, you know, that should be dropping any day now. Yeah, fair enough. I've been working on the Joker Folie à Deux video, but yes, a couple people asked me, since I don't hate it, unlike everybody else on the internet, except for like 3 people. Yeah, can you explain why you don't hate it and why you think some of the criticism is not necessarily correct? So I am making that video. It's taking a little bit longer than I thought, because I am including a bunch of the criticism and kind of just showing why I don't necessarily think this is correct feedback. So it's taken a minute longer than I thought to clip that, but it should be out very shortly. I should really be working on that today and tomorrow. And then aside from that, you know, check out Rosales' stream if you can't get enough of us every Sunday. The Super Sunday wrap up. It starts Sunday, 7 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. EST. But go to youtube.com at Rosales Comics, or Rosales Comics, if you will. Go over there, ring the bell, subscribe. Come see us on Sunday. It's a lot of the same things, but it's hosted with a little bit more of a professional flair, if you will, with like intros to segments and such. He's quite the production master. But if you like what we're doing here, you're probably going to like what we're doing over there. Come on over to Rosales Comics.
Fridays
and I forgot, he also has Rosales After Dark, which I have not made a little graphic for. But again, if you like what we're doing here, you're probably going to like what he's doing over there.
Is that where we talk about panties?
Yes, he probably will.
Erotic thrillers, got it.
YouTube at Rosales Comics. Go over there tomorrow night. You'll enjoy it.
Dorcas.
Over on the No One Asked You podcast channel, we've got Ascension Unleashed continuing apace. We've got Three Kingdoms. Nope, that's not right. We've got Storming the Archives continuing apace. Kita and I have a live stream coming up on Halloween for a live blind reading of another one of Brandon Sanderson's wonderful short stories, after which we've got a fan casting stream planned. And now that I've got my computer more or less set up, I'm hoping I'll be able to actually take some steps toward Three Kingdoms Summarized, which I intend to do, and maybe some gaming streams. We'll see.
Oh, this weekend, I think it's Saturday. I'm not exactly sure. Sub and find out. Click the bell. Dice Roland and I will be, I don't know, picking fights with someone on TikTok for their views on horror.
Oh, cool!
Do you believe they'll be torturing you via TikTok?
Yes. It's has the potential to be a lot of drama spilling.
Are you punching down?
I don't know. This person might have far more bigger following than I, so maybe I'm punching up.
Let's go.
That's cool. Yeah, punch. That's all.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Is it a chested female?
Person of chest.
I don't know if I'll be doing a direct tit punch, but I believe there's chestation.
Okay.
All right.
What is Rule 34? You know what? You look it up.
If it exists, then there is fun pictures of it.
Yeah. Then search Blue Waffle.
Yes.
No, don't do that. Don't do any
And
of
One
that.
Man, One Jar.
A New York-based female comedian. Confirmed. Okay.
I'm gonna have to beat this person up in person.
Let's go.
Could be right.
Is that an official statement on the
Who is this person? Stay tuned.
Oh, indeed.
Ring the bell to find out.
Right.
Yeah.
Go over to. I believe it's on Dice's channel, right?
Indeed.
Go over to Dice Rolling's channel. Ring the bell.
It's not Dick Roller. It's Dice Rolling.
And
Sweet
let's
guy.
be real, it's Amy Schumer, right?
I wouldn't punch those.
Oh.
Anyway. But no name. Oh, of the person. So just find out. Like and subscribe. Yes, exactly. Like and subscribe.
Sorry.
And have a nice life. Is that it, everybody?
Whoa. Let BMO go, and then you sell my audience on you.
Jeez. Oh no, I'm all the way on screen. Yeah, so I am working on trying to get some YouTube stuff out, but I've been dealing with some issues IRL that have put delays on that. But if you are interested in takes that I have or art that I post them on Twitter at BMODoArt on Twitter or X, if you want to call it that. That's where I'm most active, unless you want to catch me on Kitty's Discord, where I am, out of all of the thinkers, I speak the most. So,
yep,
Kitty,
he does.
Deliver a message to my audience, please.
A message to Charles's audience.
Yourself, stupid.
Hold up. Hi. If you like Charles, you like arguing, don't you? Then you may be interested in what I do. I diagram arguments on my channel, and I also game. I do a lot of random things, so just try it out. Try me out.
So I was given a great quote about this, actually. What Kitty does is a more detailed, more autistic version of debate.
Yes. Okay. I suppose artistic.
Artistic, yes.
No, autistic. But yeah, in very, very, very high detail, it might not be for you. But I really appreciate also Charles just sharing the thinkers with his audience. So thinkers is every Thursday, this sort of thing. And yes, it's not always film centric, so it's not always around things you might be interested in. But hey, just give it a try, see what's up.
Indeed. Doesn't hurt to click a subscribe and a bell.
It does not.
Click it again if you don't like it. That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
And now Charles' audience has a reason to dislike things Charles says because we influence him, of course.
Yes.
You know,
exactly.
I'm wondering if we could financially motivate you to do a thing on Brian and I. A diagram on our
I'm waiting for it. When I saw it, I was like, is there like, I love this, but
do you guys want to talk about Joker?
I really want if you can give me a clip of like a proper argument that's not just you guys yelling at each other.
That's going to be hard.
Yeah, you see, like I'll try and break it down, but usually when you guys are at that yelling point, or that yelling, you know, that kind of thing, then it's like there's not much to put in my diagram, but I'll do it.
It's not.
I would not mind doing that. That's also, I can also diagram why it's funny. So there you go. Yeah.
Yes, please describe humor.
Yeah, I honestly, I've done that before. Why it's funny is because of this and this and this. And like, yeah. So.
I mean, that is what makes comedy best. Explanation.
Exactly. Explaining it.
You had to be there.
Yeah, I'll help you.
Ow.
Okay. Also, this you can do with one of these. Okay, bye. Bye.